There we go. Alrighty. Oof. Yeah, that's brutal there, Jason. Alright, let's close some of these tabs. And let's get to our bug. And here's the test. Does it actually fail now? Nope. Still passes. So it isn't until like after 5 that it actually starts failing. Yeah, so all those look good. Yep, we'll have to see here in a bit. So we don't need to fix that bug yet. Oh, I mean, I could push up now. All right, some more testing for the REST client. And yeah, what's up, Musty? How you doing? All right, so we push that up. Before we get too deep, I'm gonna go pour some more water. And ooh, yeah. For everyone that didn't hear me say it, brand new sticker sheets. Brand new sticker sheets, and they're like really high quality. They're like the glossy kind, or not glossy, the matte finish. They're cut better too. New sticker sheets. We'll do some giveaways for them here at some point, maybe tomorrow on a Friday. Still got your originals? Yeah, I got the originals here too. Like, they're just way lower quality. So yeah, I went through customstickers.com. There's custom sticker that sucks. There's custom stickers that's good. So yeah, really high quality. And it's not Sticker Mule. Sticker Mule sucks. Don't use Sticker Mule. Yeah, it's just annoying. Alright, so, real quick, let me go grab some more water. And we're gonna pour a whiskey. And I will be right back. I'm back. Oh shit, I forgot my whiskey glass. 1 sec. Okay, and I'm back. I mean, there is no, like, rhyme or reason to that one, Owen. I would say this. On Monday, follow up with them. But give them some time. You did it just yesterday, and you typically don't want to bug people on a Friday. But on Monday, that's a perfect time to follow up if they haven't gotten back to you yet. Now, like 3 days is typically like a good number, but I would just avoid a Friday, personally. You especially don't want to send resumes on a Friday either. Right? Because think about it. If everyone is sending resumes out over a weekend, your email is going to be way lower in like their email, like their list of things, right? As far as recency, etc. So you're going to end up being maybe 30 emails deep, depending on where it goes, how it gets shipped, how it gets recorded. So yeah, I typically like to do some of that stuff on Tuesdays usually. Because then they've gotten stuff out of the way on Monday. You know, Tuesday it gets in. And yeah, Matthew, I appreciate you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we're close to the 1,000. Yeah, the next one is going to be getting to the 4,000 watch hours. But thanks to y'all, right? Thanks to the lurks that you're leaving over on YouTube while I'm streaming. That's adding up. Like, I'm really getting to, like, the watch hours, which is awesome. I really appreciate you guys. Any advice for a PHP interview? Do you know what framework they're using, etc.? Because that could help inform you of, like, what PHP stuff you might want to learn. Or at least, like, refresh yourself on. I would say make sure you understand namespacing, PDO, Composer, some of that stuff. Yeah, it adds up real fast. Exactly, Vibrant. Yep. So yeah, I appreciate all y'all that are leaving the lurks. They said it is not framework specific. Gotcha. Do you know what version? Are they on PHP 8? Or are they still on some legacy like 7 dot something? Are they on something even older? I hope not older than 7 as well, but you never know. I think PHP still supports 5.6, right? What up, Menace? How you doing? And then, yeah, Abdu, I would say understand the PSR system, right? So let me show you what I mean. PSR PHP standards. Doing well? Nice. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, the framework interop group, hugely important. WordPress no longer supports 5? I don't see any dropped support yet. So yeah, I think PHP still supports 5.6. Oh, PHP doesn't. That's fine. That doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. WordPress does. PHP can't move beyond WordPress. Not drastically. Could you imagine the chaos if WordPress just forked PHP? So they don't even need the code to run. It's logic based. You're saying on like the interview that you're going to be doing? That's fine, Abdu. I would still say be familiar with what the framework interop group is doing, why it's important, and at least understand a few of these things to at least be able to like talk to it, right? If they're expecting knowledge of PHP in any significant way, I would definitely make sure I remember some of these things, right? Such as the HTTP handlers, right? The client, factories, etc. The auto-loading standard, super cool. The logger interface. But what are we doing today, Microwave? We're working on the Rust SDK. I need to actually like set up the test server a bit more. Makes sense, Jason. Oh, yeah, sorry. Boop. Right, you are not expected to have all of those like interfaces, etc. memorized, Abdu, but understanding that they exist would be useful. Yeah, no worries. Right, just understanding they exist and being able to talk to why it's important, understanding why the framework interop group even came to exist. Some of that history can help, you know, maybe let your interviewer know that you're aware of some of these things. Upcoming projects? I mean, we're going to be doing Vexilla for a bit, and then once we're done with Vexilla, I'll probably try and pivot back to Walter or Mulection. And Sharu, thank you for the follow. All right, so yeah, the PSR stuff, hugely important. You should also be familiar with Composer. If you have not used Composer, you should definitely understand how it works with PHP. And I forget, packagists are where the packages live, right? So, knowing these things. And I keep pasting them over in like the Twitch chat, but hold on. I'll give you the links over there too. So think of Composer as npm the library. Think of Packagist as npm the repository, right? I know, that'd be way better. And yeah, Packagist might as well too. I would assume if you're doing any major level of PHP, you should know these things, Abdu, but still just being aware of and being able to mention it and talk about it if it comes up, I think that would be useful still. But alright, so boop, boop. So the part we care about next is the end-to-end test. And none of these end-to-end tests are actually going to be exactly what we're looking for yet. This one's actually fine. Called unwrap on an error. Oop. W. Malkav, enjoy that sub from an anonymous gifter. Not sure who that is, but thank you. Wait, environment's never read? Oh no, I messed up. I don't think I finished what we were doing then. So for the group, so yeah, get real IDs. How is... Oh. Yep, that'll be it. We forgot that part. That would explain it. Oops. All right, so we do a lookup based on group ID, which is up here. And then get here would be, oh, and instead of that, yeah, this needs to be real group ID, which means this also needs to be real group ID. Oh, and you know what? No. That is actually just self.environment. Boom. Yeah, we'll leave that. Alright, so that should be better. Ah, and that returns a 404. So file name here. Yeah, and we need to do the scrubbed file name thing. And that's where we need the OK or. All right, let's try that again. And it does return that. Okay. All right, so what's failing out in here? Could be any of these, really. It wasn't until we did this part, though, right? Yeah. So it's in there. Huh. Let's do this. Oh, and this is going to be response. Oh. So that shouldn't be an issue, though. Right? This should be the one that's actually failing for us. And it's really response text. Okay, so we got that. Let's actually look at it now. If oh yeah. Yeah, how you doing, Darren? Oh, and it would actually just be is error. Yep. There we go. Been slammed today, just a lot of work. That's a bummer. All my homies hate work. There we go. Satisfy the compiler there. They're saying it's unknown. Yeah, it's this unwrap for sure. So it's actually the getting of the flags that's failing. Oh, you're right, you're right. I was missing that part. So it's not this bit. Ah. So no matter what, it's getting us an error, and it's in get flags. I bet I just have like an unwrap in there still somewhere. Flags is error. Invalid type. A sequence expected a map. No, I think sequence means like a vector or an array, but I'm not positive. And their line number is definitely not right. Oh, you know what? I was wondering why I wasn't getting any... Oh, never mind. Oh, I turned get lens off, didn't I? Why did I do that? All right, weird. Why are we still not getting any highlighting in the sidebar there? Maybe I needed to restart the extension host. Yeah, I think the extension host had fully crashed. Which is weird, because we were still getting other things to complete, but we weren't getting assorted biscuits. Yeah, that was weird. Okay, so they're saying that SRD JSON from string, response text as string. You could say SRD. I like SRD because it stands for serialize and deserialize, so, you know. But it's one of those, I don't care what the right way is, I just have the way I say it. All right, so this is coming from right here. And they're saying line 4, column 14. That's within the JSON blob, isn't it? Oh, whoops. Right. Let me look at my TypeScript types. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Aha, so our client is creating that wrong. Well, hold on. That's within an environment. Within a group, features is an array. And I think I want to turn it into a record. Yeah. Because it simplifies so much stuff, and it's a one-to-one lookup instead of looping. See, I think a map is the right way. All right, let's go look at flag group. Yeah, no matter what, we definitely don't want to loop over things. So that makes this code wrong. So if we fix that, we're going to break a whole bunch of stuff over in the app and the client. But this is the right move. And here we see features the same way. So features and environments within a flag group are both lookup tables. Yeah. Right, and the key reason we're doing this is at this point we need to think about which performance matters the most. And users consuming this is more important than the performance within my application, right? Within the dashboard app to modify these things. So yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of stuff that breaks that way. Tricky part is, I don't think we're rebuilding. I don't think we're rebuilding our types yet. All right, so that needs to stay running. That needs to stay running. Let's close some of these tabs. And that's the app. So we actually have the app running right now. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's move this over. Let's get into the app and look at where everything breaks. Because it does. It definitely does. So editing a group. All right. So yeah, this custom list takes in the environments. When we add one, yeah, so we break a whole bunch of code when we do this. It's not too big a deal, but we got to think about it at least a little bit. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, this is not too hard of a fix. This ends up being object.values. Hold up. I'm not sure why we're doing this part right now. So, environments array here. Okay, so then instead of a push, oh, nano ID here. This is new environment ID. Hey, what up, Trev? How you doing? Yeah, what are you up to? Just set up a swing set? Nice. Is it just the straight up regular swing, or does it have the one where like two people sit and you do like the back and forth thing, like the whatever it is, like the rowing or whatever? I don't know what you call that. Was it? Did you call it just the horse or something? I don't remember. Just regular swings. Yeah, those ones that are like the dual-sided like horse thing, those are dangerous actually, like super dangerous, dude. So easy to get fingers caught up in that thing. Yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, cool, man. That's fun. No, not a seesaw. A 3-year-old? Yeah, exactly. No, so, hold on. Swing set, children. Maybe they don't even ship these things anymore. Yeah, maybe they just stopped making them because they're that dangerous. Here you go. Nope, they're on one. There it is. That fucking thing. So you could have 2 people and it's like back and forth or whatever. It looks like they do, but they're so fucking dangerous. Yeah. Would highly not recommend. The Photoshop on this is also ridiculous too. This is some really bad Photoshop work. Like the scale isn't even right. He's like 50 yards away, but he's so big. She must be like 9 feet tall, dude. You could train ChatGPT to do this better, right? Or some like, you know, Stable Diffusion could do a better option of that. I know, right? No, like technically it's probably like a made in China, like swing set kind of thing. So where are they gonna find a bunch of blonde-haired, freckle-faced kids in China? Right? It's that dangerous. They didn't want anyone near it. Totally. There you go. That's it. Yeah, and right, like 9 feet tall people in the background is common. Yeah, duh. Alright, so I beg about this fairly frequently. Anyone that would like to leave a lurk over on the red platform, I would really appreciate it. That is YouTube. Just trying to boost up my numbers over there. How's the Rust going? Good. It uncovered a bug where I had written the schema inside of the Rust to be a hash map, and it should be a hash map for lookups, etc. inside of the client. But inside of my application, I'm doing arrays. Yeah, exactly, Jason. Thank you. It really helps me out. And yeah, we are streaming tonight for at least a few more hours, because I put my my stake in at about, let's say, like 1:30. I think it was more like 1:15, but whatever. So at about 1:30, and it needs like 6 hours in the sous vide because it's from frozen. So I'm not eating until 7:30, maybe 8. So we got some time. But yeah, we uncovered some bugs, and now we're fixing those bugs. And they were due to a schema inconsistency, right? Inside my app, I have it working on the idea of arrays. Inside of the clients, we have it working on the idea of a hash map. So, yep. Yeah, maybe not necessarily like a full-on bug, but more just like an inconsistency between how the app is designed and the types for that TypeScript, and how the Rust is designed and, you know, the types for that. So yeah, more just like, not like full-on bug. Can almost consider it a feature. But yeah, exactly. All right, so yeah, group.features here is a lookup table. Oh, and I know what this part's doing, yeah. That'll work. In the app, if I'm using a getter, I could have that extract the array from my hash map. That's what we're doing with object.values. Right, so that's the actual fix that we're doing for sure. Right, object.values for things that are records and all that. But the key is we just have to do it, you know? So yeah, it's not a big deal. But I want it to be, like, I could have done some transforms, right? Have it be an array here in the app and a hash map over in like the client SDK. But then that introduces just inconsistency of my types that, I don't know, anytime you're doing transformations like that, you're creating more work for yourself rather than just doing it right. You do transformations when you can't change the existing thing. Currently I can, because there's no one consuming version 1.0 with the new schema. And I'm glad we caught this now, because in the future, right, like we're gonna have to have a version within our schema. I hope I'm doing that now. We'll see. But yeah, we should be on version 1 right now, and eventually I might have to like increment my versioning of my schema to accommodate changes like that. And it would probably be a breaking change, right? And ooh, Trev, are you going to TwitchCon? I know it's a bit far for you. But if you do, I'll have a whole mess of stickers there with me. Brand new, just came in today. Matte finish. I'll be giving them out like candy. In fact, I'll probably put in another order for more, you know, before then. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, no worries, Jason, for sure. Yeah, I'd be stoked on it. Where did you get your stickers made? Just as a heads up, I would, you know, depending on how your politics lie, depending on who you want to support, etc., Sticker Mule might not be the move. I pretty much just don't want to shop at companies that leverage their massive wealth to fund politicians that are actively taking people's rights away. Small run locally? Nice. Hell yeah. Way better. Just hugely anti-Sticker Mule. They're the worst. The quality was garbage? Oh, interesting. I've heard, depending on the, did you get glossy or matte? Glossy is typically lower quality anyway. So I will point that out. right? Like, matte stickers are actually, like, more like sunproof as well. Literally the worst you've ever had. Wow. Glossy. Yeah, I'd say in the future, maybe avoid the glossy, because they're worse stickers, just due to, like, how they have to be made. Matte is, like, just a more robust sticker, usually. So yeah, I went through customstickers.com, and yeah, the matte finish is good. Like, just, like, the thickness compared to, like, the glossies that I got previously, like, yeah, the thickness, man. So yeah, just note for the future, no big deal. So I got 250 of them. I think it was just like a little over $1 each. I don't remember the actual price. Yeah, if you're getting just single stickers, they got like deals. You can get like 500 custom like matte stickers for like 89 bucks, right? If you're getting a sticker sheet like I'm getting, it was more like, hold on, let me look at it. $241. So it's like, it's less than $1 each, actually, at that scale. I've done 100 before, and 100 you're at a little over $1. So yeah, depending on how much you're willing to like purchase, you can set yourself up a bit. Like at 1,000, you're paying like 57 cents per sticker sheet. And these are, you know, 5x7, which is pretty good. But again, that's 570 bucks, depending on how many you want to print. Like, I don't know. For me, I think it would make sense, especially if I want to like sell them on Shopify or something. Not to like make a profit, but hey, it cost me 57 cents. It'll cost you $1 plus shipping. Order as many as you want. Why not? So yeah, I'm thinking that might be the move. And it would allow me to actually like set up a Shopify site and, you know, fiddle around with it. Because I've never done that. And it looks like matte and gloss are actually the same price amongst each other. But yeah, just as far as materials go, glossy is always going to be like a worse sticker. So, something to think about. But yeah, the 500 for 89, that's crazy, actually. Yeah, I mean, so this one's not so bad, actually. But yeah, the company I went through before custom stickers, I forget their name. I don't even have a link anymore. Like these glossy ones I have, they're real thin. Like, they must have, like, cut them right after they came off, like, the print. Because, like, when they did the cut, they, like, shrank a bit. Right? And I even tried to tell them, like, hey, can you cut in the middle of the black square? And they didn't. But custom stickers totally did. So, yeah, like, they'll respond to like, comments in, like, the instructions and stuff pretty well. So, yeah, so far, awesome experience with customstickers.com. I was a little worried because when you look at the back, you can see that like the kiss cut, it seems like it almost went too deep, but it didn't. Like, it's fine. So yeah, I may end up peeling off this Mr. Sir and putting on a matte Mr. Sir. Alright, so, next up. Yeah, environments is a record. So here's the part, right? If we're removing an environment, we don't need to do this anymore. We can just do a delete. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've been able to use the delete keyword in JS. Still got to grab tickets, but at like a 90% going. Yeah, I would say if you can get a group of people to like share a hotel room, that's probably the move. And one more note is you don't necessarily have to be like right at the convention center, right? There is the monorail that goes all the way from like MGM Grand over to the convention center. That monorail is I forget the exact cost for like a whole day, like unlimited pass, but if you get it for like 5 days, it's like $50. Which resort is what at, Jason? You mean the convention? The convention's at the convention center, right? Where the loop is and shit. Right? Like the Tesla loop that they got there. Yeah. So it's north end of the strip. Yep, exactly. And yeah, so a lot of those hotels are probably going to be selling out and get real expensive. Meanwhile, if you just go to the other end of the monorail there, you can get real cheap stuff at like the Flamingo or like, I know there's a couple others too that seemed enticing. But yeah, I would say if you can get a group together to like share a hotel room, that's probably a good move. Y3? You can't see it, but this is a mono repo in which we have many like sub packages. So we have a package for like our test server. We have a client JS for like the client SDK. And then we have the package JSON for our types mono repo. And they're all just individual like mini packages to keep them self-contained and reusable among like other packages too. So my client JS here can use my types, and my application can use my types, and my marketing site could even use my types. The bus to the strip? Yeah, there's a lot of options. I don't want to be too far off because this dude's gonna have some whiskey in him, at least at some point. I need something where I can like mindlessly walk back to my hotel room. That is like an essential thing. Yeah, this dude's gonna have whiskey in him at least a couple of the nights. Probably all of them, right? Exactly. I want to be able to wander back to my hotel and not feel like I'm gonna die walking like Vegas at 2 a.m. like outside of a casino. So as close as I can get to the safety of being inside a casino from outside, the better. Yeah, Circus didn't look bad. It's like right over there. Yeah, Circus doesn't seem bad. What is so ugh about Circus? It's like one of the older, like, kind of like run-down ones. That actually sounds amazing. I have read that the Circus hotel rooms are kind of, like, shitty. So, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, it smells horrible? Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind participating in like a poker tournament at some point. And they have like pretty much most major casinos have some kind of just like hourly or like every few hourly like mini tournaments. So I wouldn't mind doing just like a small little, you know, just $20, maybe $100 buy-in. Yeah, it'd be so fun. I definitely don't want to do any of the cash games because that gets scary quick. Like, real quick. But tournament-wise? Yeah, tournament, sure. Like, typically, you're going to get bullied off the table playing cash games unless you're, you know, bringing a big enough stack. They'll just blind you out. But yeah, that'd be fun. And yeah, Prime and maybe, I forget who he said, but yeah, some other people have been looking at trying to like organize just like a tech event, and it is surprisingly really tough to find a good venue nearby the convention center. The convention center just sucks. I think the convention center is literally there because, like, in that exact spot, because that's, like, the rundown part of the strip. Right? Hence Circus being there. It's in a really bad spot, dude. Yeah, just awful. The Mandalay Bay Convention Center is really good. It's right there at the south end of the strip. Like, super good. I know, I wouldn't want to organize it either. I'd be happy to throw money at it. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be the organizer. But I'd still try. Resorts World is expensive? Oh, really? Just from the name, it sounds like it isn't, but is Resorts World the way it is because basically they have, like, the best, like, pool, like, situation or something? I know people really care about the pool situation at their hotel for some reason. I don't give a shit. This is TwitchCon stuff. Yeah, totally. Oh, they spent a ton of money, so they're trying to get their money back. Is it one of the newer, like, casino type areas, though? Because if so, that would make a lot of sense, right? Like, newer, better accommodations, maybe? Okay, I get that. I get that. Yeah, I started looking into, like, how much a party bus might cost. They're like $500 an hour. Which is crazy. But, theoretically, if we operate a party bus... Yeah, the whole gist would be, maybe we... Well, yeah, I don't know. Oh, okay. That thing's there? Oh, that seems cool. Yeah, that seems awesome. Yeah, like, I guess that's the thing. It's not going to be able to hold everybody. Yeah, Peppermill, yep. But I don't know if we can, like, book a location there. I didn't see any way to, like, reserve anything, right? But instead, if we just all descend upon Peppermill, it can be an impromptu thing. It'd be nice to just, like, be able to order, like, a bunch of, like, appetizers that people could pick from, like, easy. But I think we could still make that work. The best part about, like, a good, proper event, though, is that you're not, like, tied to a seat or something, right? Like, you can, like, get up, walk around, chat with other groups, etc. You know? So, yeah, definitely don't want to do, like, a seated version of it, right? Like a cocktail party or whatever would make sense. So, I don't know. Thinking out loud. But yeah, even then, if we could find some place that is, like, reasonably priced for, like, an event and catering, and then it's just, we got it set for, like, 3, maybe 4 hours max. We run the party bus for, like, the first hour and the last hour. So it's $500 for the party bus to like shuttle people back and forth to like, you know, from wherever the event venue is to, you know, to the con, or at least like to nearby. And then bam, right? That could be worth it. Then it's not costing people money. Maybe they buy their drinks, or maybe, you know, it gets funded. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. What we would end up needing is a list of like RSVPs of people that will show up, that people that are actually going to TwitchCon. From there, we could decide on like a venue, and then that would help us figure out like the party bus situation too. But I don't think a single party bus is the move for like, you know, the group, because how many does a party bus even seat? No idea. Right? But probably like max of like 25. If we're gonna have more than 25 people, it just doesn't make any sense. And then, yeah, like, you know, how much money would it actually cost to do this? From some of the numbers I was seeing, yeah, they do have different sizes. I was looking at like the 25 size. If they have one more than 25, I'd have to see that. I don't think I saw one like that. You got one last time you went to Vegas? Cool. Yeah, there's smaller ones that cost less. Ooh, off-strip Jason. Okay. Yeah, thank you for doing that way. But yeah. Jason was mentioning marijuana dispensaries, which is legal in Vegas, but on the strip there, it's only CBD. There is, however... Hold on. There's like one that's actually near the convention center, but like in the bottom right corner. I think that one's probably legit. But I'd have to check it. Thank you for the thought, though. I appreciate that. Thank you for, like, guarding that statement. I smoke marijuana. I live in a legal state. You know, no big deal. But, yeah, appreciate you. We are on Red platform, too. Yeah, thank you, Jason. Bring your own edibles? I don't feel right flying with those things. I have consistently, coming back from TwitchCon, forgotten I had a joint in my beanie, though. It's happened both times. And it wasn't an issue. But I don't like doing that intentionally. I don't like the stress of it. Yeah, because, like, this is the joint pocket. I hope you know that. This is the best place to hold a joint. Absolute best place to hold a joint. Pockets? Ooh, it's going to fall apart. But right up here, it'll get a little curve to it. But, yeah, you got it. Yeah, so the beanie is utilitarian. It's not just to hide my balding, receding hairline. Yeah, like, I haven't actually caught it till I was driving home and I took my beanie off for the first time and it, like, fell out. Like, both times even, so that's kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably going to be more conscious of it this time. And yeah, Algo Bro mentioned he's, like, booking, like, an Airbnb, or I forget the other thing he said, but basically an Airbnb, as far as I know. And yeah, he wants to do, like, cooking stream type stuff, which sounds awesome. Just awesome. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what meals I want to make. I'm gonna have to go grocery shopping. And I'm probably gonna end up trying to request all 5, maybe more days off of work. I don't typically do vacation, right? I'll usually get some work done anyway, even on a day I said I'm taking off. Like when I went to Chain React, yeah, I did work while I was down there. I delivered a feature while I was down there. Oh, and I'm so sorry. East Street Variety, thank you for that follow. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging. And yeah, all y'all lurking over on YouTube, you're the best. You're the best. Because of the streaming on YouTube thing, I went from 120 watch hours to almost 300 now. Just within like a week or two. Now, granted, is it that good for me? I don't know. Right? Like, it'd be better to just keep making, like, good content. And have, like, the videos do work while I'm not streaming. Does anyone actually watch the VODs? I'm curious about that one. Has anyone actually been watching the VODs just to, like, catch up on stuff they missed? Because they're over in the live tab over on YouTube. And watching that does way more for me than watching them here on Twitch. But okay, so we do that delete. We're good. That should trigger the proxy stuff, right? I think. So yeah, our next little bits are just make sure features here do what we expect to. So yeah, this is object.values for them features. Yeah, what food should I cook during like the Algo Bro streams? Or not streams, but like recordings, etc. I'm thinking maybe a CM Griffin cheesesteak, because if I call it a Philly cheesesteak, people from Philly will try and murder me. Stacking would unsubscribe, unfollow, and revoke his admin status. Or mod status, I mean. I'll still put Cheese Whiz in it. Come on. Damn right, committee of one. Yes, I like one of my closest friends who we haven't chatted for a while. COVID definitely messed that up a bit. But one of my closest friends is from Philly, and one of his biggest pet peeves is when people here on the West Coast say they're, you know, like on a menu, they got a Philly cheesesteak. He turns a shade of red that I think is borderline unhealthy. But no less unhealthy than a Philly cheesesteak. Boom! Nailed it! Woo! Roasted. I actually do provolone and whiz. Yeah. Because, like, provolone doesn't give you that, like, that saltiness that the whiz totally has. American cheese does it a bit, but American cheese isn't the same. So yeah, you get the gooiness from the provolone, and you get, like, the zing from the whiz. That's why it's a CM Griffin cheesesteak, not a Philly cheesesteak. Yeah, exactly. Like, provolone is, like, without any flavor. It's just the cheese that binds. Oh, my God. Provolone is the tie that binds. Like, oh, my God. Sorry. I know that's a quote from something, and I love it. Yeah, it's the cheese that binds. All right, so yeah. Provolone is just too, like, flavorless. Or not, like, fully flavorless, but it doesn't have that, like, zing, you know? So yeah, I like to add the zing with some cheese whiz, but still like use the provolone. So then you're not doing nearly as much whiz, and you still get that just like stringy, gooey like provolone. Like, I don't know. American cheese and provolone would probably be fine too. Right? Reduce the portions to like, you know, half and half. Sure. But yeah, I like the whiz and provolone combo. Call me crazy. I think that'll be what makes the video about me making one go viral, right? Not due to people liking it, due to people being outraged at such an idea. Oh, Jason, I actually thought of you the other day because I know you're from Wisconsin. Tej was eating cantaloupe with a fork on stream the other day. But for some reason, my brain only saw blocks of cheddar cheese, and he was eating them fast. And I was like, damn, is he in Wisconsin? Like, he was eating them fast. Like, dude. It was pretty good. I thought he was just mashing some cheddar cheese. I was gonna be a little worried for him, but you know what? He's a big boy. He can do what he wants. Maybe he's on some keto thing or something. I don't know. Oh, dude, your stomach would hate you. Dude, he ate so much cantaloupe, like, compared to, like, if it was cheese. It's actually a fine amount of, like, cantaloupe. It is a ridiculous amount of cheddar cheese. Like, it was, like, scary. I was, like, literally, like, worried for him a little bit. Like, do you do this a lot? And that conjured up some memories from back in the day when I was a prep cook. I used to do prep cook work for, like, banquets, which was, like, weddings and other types of just, like, group events, etc. I did that at Mount Hood during the summers, and it was fantastic. I did that during my first summer there. I did that, and then I became a dishwasher, and I was the highest paid dishwasher because I still had my prep cook wage. But yeah, like, when I would, like, actually, like, craft a fruit plate, when the fruit plate comes back after an event, the only melon left is the fucking cantaloupe. People don't like cantaloupe. Cassava, like, pretty much every other melon. Watermelon went the first. Watermelon's always the first to go. Cassava melon, like, every other melon type would go first, and then there'd just be a mess of fucking cantaloupe coming back. Because I don't even think it's the flavor people dislike about cantaloupe. It's the texture. It is totally the texture. It gets that, like, rubbery, like, skin if it sits for any amount of time. And you know what happens on a buffet? It sits for any amount of time. Makes sense. It's not my favorite. To me, it's the texture without the skin, even. There's something just, like, it's just, like, it's mushy in a way that I don't like fruit to be mushy. I like it to have some kind of, like, consistency. Even eating, like, an orange, the skin gives you some type of, like, crunch when you bite into it. Not literally a crunch, but some type of, like, texture, you know? Yeah, watermelon gives you that in spades, right? Being able to, like, chew into watermelon, it feels like it's, like, crunching down. Like, ripe and overripe is pretty much the same thing. Like, but yeah. Oh, what movie was that? Suburban Commando. Suburban Commando. He's in the grocery store. Some lady's trying to teach him how to, like, figure out if it's a ripe melon, and he just squeezes it and it like totally explodes. Sounds overripe. Maybe, Bob. When you're doing banquets, you don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. It's gonna get that skin on it, whether it's ripe or overripe anyway. So yeah, as far as, like, a banquet, like, on a buffet goes, who cares? right? Ripe versus overripe doesn't even matter because it's been sitting there for 15 minutes anyway. But yes, like even a fresh one, I'm not a fan. But yeah, how you doing, Bob, that I know? Yeah, what are you up to? Yeah, welcome. All right, so yeah, we got to fix these errors. Shouldn't be too big a deal. I really liked Tej's story about, like, cantaloupe. Because, like, at one point they just couldn't elope or whatever. So, like, it actually has, like, a very, like, special, like, connotation with his, like, relationship with his now wife. Like, during their early life, they couldn't, like, elope. You know. I believe he comes from a somewhat religious family in which, like, yeah, you gotta have a wedding in which everyone from the family can come out, blah, 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 right? Eloping in a family like that is considered, like an affront. People get like, totally offended. But he might even be describing the fact that just they weren't ready for, like, a full-on marriage yet anyway. So I don't know. I don't remember the exact, like, connotation. But yeah, cantaloupe, just can't elope. You know, like, yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I really liked that story when he told it. That was fun. Okay, so group dot features. That is then equal to that. Now this part with features.length. And yeah, you want to know what one of the coolest things about this current job? It forces me to work in the morning, and then by 1 p.m., you know, I'm like, okay to do what I want, right? And streaming, and, you know, as long as I'm getting my shit done, no one really cares. It means that during the mornings, when I got these meetings and stuff, I can actually watch streams again. It's kind of fun. I haven't been able to watch, like, Prime or Tej for, like, years. Unless they do, like a night stream. But even then, like, night streams, I'm usually gaming. So, like, I still can't, like, watch and listen. So, yeah, it's been nice to actually lurk and hang out in streams again. As a person that streams way too much. Ooh. All right, so we got one more bit, and this is deleting a feature. Yep, deleting a feature is actually much easier now. Okay, so we should be good now. Ooh, and one thing I want to shout out that I'm really liking, and I'll probably even try and make a video about at some point for YouTube, is the whole like CVA thing. Class Variance Authority. Really cool. We're using it at work right now, and like the composability and some of the magic of it, really awesome. Just the type safety you get from like styling certain things, like I really like it. You're enjoying it too? Yeah, man, like we're setting up a design system at work basically, and CVA is gonna make that just so much easier. Like, way easier. So yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, I really like it so far. Earlier today, I was like, you know, pairing up with another dev that works at the company, and we were like, she is doing the actual like conversion, etc. of like, you know, like making our styles line up for text, right? Specifically like font sizing, font colors, etc. And we're using CVA for that specifically. She just did a major refactor of like our color variables too. But yeah, for the font stuff, yeah, we had like a major pairing session in which like she was creating like a giant just like text like CVA. And I started pointing out that like we should actually try and like aim for composability, because then we can have a title CVA and a body CVA or something like that, right? Ideally, maybe it's title text or body text or whatever. And like we can have our defaults like aligned in a certain way that like, yeah, you know, the margin bottom value doesn't matter for body text. That's just weird. Right? You want to add some margin like bottom to it, then just add it to a class that's specific. Screw it, right? No big deal. But then for other stuff, like for titles, like margin bottom's kind of a thing and kind of makes sense. Right, let's bake it into the styling for that. So yeah, I don't know, it's super fun, and yeah. This person still considers themselves a junior. They are massively approaching like mid-level, in my opinion, just due to like the scope of things they've done. The way in which they've done them needs leveling up because they don't understand like the web platform nearly as much, but their ability to code stuff out, real good. So yeah, they're nailing it. So yeah, I just think like teaching them more like web best practices, etc. will help out. And yeah, just I like having someone receptive to that stuff. You know, it's very easy for someone to get to mid-level and think they know it all, and then, you know, it's hard to teach them anything. You know, Dunning-Kruger type stuff. But yeah, mentoring juniors is definitely one of my favorite parts of being like a senior dev. To a degree X Factor, but there's still like the Dunning-Kruger like graph, right? And it's basically the same one where, you know, people show like on one end, oh, you do the naive thing because blah, 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 and then you get in the middle and you do the complex thing, and then towards like your senior level, you try and aim for naive things because they're actually easier to read and understand. Right? There you go, Green Shoes. That sounds fun, man. That does suck about the senior not doing the mentorship, though. That is kind of a bummer. Is there any process around making that better? Or is it just you cut them out of the chain? Yeah, exactly, Ethan. So we're not even doing a bunch of like primitive components yet. We're just gonna do it at like the class level for now. And that's still just awesome, right? I think I'm gonna aim for like an incremental refactor. They're gonna take all of like the font styling stuff and adapt it to just CVA composing our classes for us. And then eventually we might encapsulate that CVA stuff into like a specific component, right? So I think right now, though, because of just how our app works and how certain things are, I didn't want to impose any components as like an abstraction yet, like a title component or a, you know, body component or whatever. But I still think there's major value to encapsulating the font styling into this CVA stuff, because then we have less to do inside of like our specific class-based stuff, which just makes that easier to maintain like CSS-wise, right? So I really like it. So yeah, you just cut them out of the chain, yeah. Has been nice to do because you've been focused on architecting, etc., across all of your orgs. So getting back down into like mentoring has reminded you like why you got into it, right? Like, yeah, it's beautiful. And it makes you better. Yeah, so awesome. Hell yeah, Green Shoes. Yeah, super cool, man. Exactly. You're like, hey, we could do this. And they're like, well, there's a library for that. Could we use the library? Or like, hey, the web platform has a function for that now. Like things like that. We maybe need to polyfill it for old browsers, but we have this now, right? Like some of that stuff is pretty cool because it's real easy if you concentrate on other things to miss some of like the new and cool stuff that happens, for sure. Yeah, that's awesome, Green Shoes. Hell yeah. And Frosty Storm, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm gonna shout it out again because it massively helps me, but anyone that can leave a lurk over on YouTube, the red platform, would be helping me out. That concurrent viewer thing being good and the average view duration being pretty high really, really does bump the watch hours in like a major way. Like a major way. So yeah, just throwing it out there. No one's obligated. But YouTube definitely does have a way of recognizing if the tab is actually active. So if you can drag it out to a new window. Oh, chat's broken for you? Oh. Like, what do you mean by broken? Like, you can't chat at all? Is anyone else having that issue? Yeah, the tab thing. Yeah, having it in like a background tab totally fucks it up. It breaks it completely. Yeah, YouTube is able to detect if you're, you know, the active tab or not. They can't detect if it's the active window, though. Like, here's something I'm wondering. How does YouTube detect that? They know for a fact that Chrome is going to throttle any tab that is not the forward tab. Can they actually detect that throttling by just doing something on some basis and seeing how long it takes? Is it just document.visibility state? That might be it. That's probably it. Good call. It's not even as crazy as I was thinking. Yeah, good call. You're probably right on that. And it's massively supported. No, that's all they're doing then. Yeah, good call. I know, right? Nah, they're probably just using visibility state. Yeah, good call. Because seriously, like, you could also detect the fact that you're getting throttled, right? So if there's ever a browser that decides not to do the visibility state thing, they could still actually detect if the tab itself is throttled based upon how long a thing takes to do. Which is really interesting. But yeah, use the platform. That's a huge example of just use the platform. Yeah, good call. Oh yeah, White Bat Audio is amazing. Yeah, super good. Because I'm dual streaming to YouTube right now, I gotta make sure I'm using royalty-free music. If you're looking for some of the deep cuts of maybe not royalty-free but good synthwave, maybe check out my playlist. If you're a fan of synthwave, I got some deep cuts back there. Like real deep cuts. So what are people using to make mobile games? Seems like out of nowhere, the quality of mobile games has shot up tremendously. I don't know, I don't play many mobile games, but I know Unity can do a good mobile game. Sorry for the burps. Yeah, Unity has like a mobile compile target, so that might be part of it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the biggest problem with mobile games over any basis is the fact that like the Lua game frameworks seem to have like fallen out of favor, right? Mainly, I'm gonna guess because Lua does like the indexed by one thing. It's fun. We do this like this thing called demo time at work, in which we can present on any topic we want. It was up to me today to do it, and I was like, well, okay, hold on, give me a minute. Someone else present something, but I got this whole list of presentations. Let me propose a couple for you. And the one I ended up doing was the one I did for like VimConf. They even like made a comment later like, so anyone else want to talk about something? You don't have to have a whole list of things prepared. Right? Like, you know, you can just talk and rant if you want. But yeah, like, I like having a quiver of presentation talks I can give. It's actually kind of fun. But yeah, the one today, like, I gave the talk from, like, NeoVim.conf about making Tree Sitter, like, you know, using Tree Sitter to make NeoVim plugins. And yeah, it was fun. I got to redo that talk, and I realized I had forgotten a bunch of stuff. It's fine, it worked out. People got what they needed. Are you saying for like the meeting that we're having, or my presentations that I have? My presentations are usually like a broad scope. The demo thing is anything you want to do, actually. Yeah, so the demo thing, like one person, oh shit, I forgot what they called it, but you can create like a little like moss wrapped ball. Hold on, moss plant ball. Yeah, these things, it's so fucking cool. Dude, yeah, the Japanese, kokedama, that's the name. Super fucking cool. So a coworker gave a talk about how to make your own kokedama. Right, this can live just right there in your house. Right, watering it, you don't need a pot. It's the moss that actually maintains the moss ball and like encapsulates and contains the water when you water it. And moss is really good at absorbing moisture from the air if you live in a humid environment. So yeah, it's like really cool, man. It's tied to bonsai, but it's not quite bonsai. So yeah, I want to actually convince my dad and mom to get into this. Yeah, moss is awesome. Yeah, it's really nifty. Like, really nifty, man. In fact, no, I should text my mom about this right now. Because, yeah, I've been meaning to, and I keep forgetting. But I think it'd be a really cool, fun thing for her to do with my dad. Because my dad's really into plants and stuff. Oh, god damn autocomplete. Yeah, no, this was a good idea. Really good idea. Chunky bonsai. Yeah, exactly. It's not bonsai at all, right? But it's still really cool. Yeah, my dad is really into plants and moss. Exactly, yeah. Super nice gift. Takes some effort to make yourself, but still, like, it's something you put effort into. So it makes a better gift, right? And yeah, makes a personalized gift, right? Do they have a plant they really like? A daffodil, like some flower bullshit or something? I don't know, man. I don't know what plants actually make sense. but it'd be kind of cool. So yeah, making your own. Like, yeah, there's like, you know, instructions online and everything. It's really cool. And yeah, I didn't know about it until a coworker presented it. So it can be about anything during these like demo meetings. And that's really what makes it so cool. And yeah, my dad has a huge fascination with moss. Snowboarding highlights? Oh, no, they already know. I posted my, like, sponsor me video over to, like, the Slack channel for random stuff, like, ages ago. They already know I shred. They already know I shred. So yeah, let's keep going. And yeah, Jason, were you here while I was like shouting out my new sticker sheet? Cause yeah, we got new stickers. Oh yeah, no, you were here. You definitely were here. X Factor wasn't. Other people weren't. Yeah, you were definitely here. You said you still have your originals. I want to send these out to more people. They're not glossy, they're a matte finish. But yeah, I just ordered 250 of them. I can order more. They cost me just barely less than $1 to make. I can sell it on a Twitch stream or on a like a Shopify site for like literally $1. That'd be kind of fun. And then it's just the shipping to get it to you. You know, not trying to make money off it, but just want to make sure I can like ship it to people. And I think that's actually not a bad move. Because I do want to explore like what would making a Shopify store even do. So I guess my mom checks in on my stream every once in a while. I don't send messages to my mom nearly enough, so yeah. No. She knows better. She knows better. If you see someone defending the glory of COBOL, that ain't her, actually. Like, she has one of my favorite quotes in recent memory is I told her that she could totally get like a high-paying or high-ish paying like COBOL job, like nowadays, because it's actually becoming more and more scarce. I told her this while driving back from the airport at one point, and she simply said, "Yeah, but then I'd have to be doing COBOL." This is a person who's done COBOL for ages. She did a lot of COBOL during the 80s. And she still doesn't want to do it. She'd rather just not have a job. As far as I know. I don't know if she's gotten anything since. I think she's just enjoying, you know, retirement, basically. And she's old enough, she deserves it as well. Keep that in mind. Impaired? No, so hold on. I want to point out to everyone else out there, COBOL engineers, you only make bank if you're a really good one. You only make bank if you're like a really good one. Yeah, like I've seen like some challenges to that statement. Yes, there are companies hiring with a range that is super like cool, but if you're not like an expert in COBOL, you're not getting that range. You're not getting the top of the range. You're getting like the bottom of the range. And the range is really like on par with most other languages. The top of the range is up there, but the bottom of the range is really not crazy. Just think about it. A lot of like COBOL jobs are government jobs. Government never pays a lot. Now banks, they will pay a lot. Yeah. So Mesmero, she's at the age where she would actually like be discriminated against due to her age. So that's probably even harder. There you go, Dion. Somehow us talking about COBOL triggered a bunch of like COBOL ads for people watching right now. So yeah, Google is always listening. Hold on. This is my mom. I gotta respond. I don't know if she's out there right now. She might be lurking. The fact that I'm chatting with her, she might be lurking. Just to see her boy. But yeah, how you doing, Bad Cop? Super cool, like the shared stream you did with Travi the other day. That was awesome. That was legit. Yeah, really cool. And hold on. Yeah. Oh my god, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? There you go. We're not smoking it, but we do have one of these things. Welcome, mod of the bong table. It's not unlimited. There is a limit to your power. But it is more power than many. But keep in mind that I also have the most mods of pretty much any other Twitch streamer. I can go count it. I know it's above 50 at this point. I don't think there's a limit on mods, but there is a limit on VIPs. Yeah, exactly. There's absolutely a limit on VIPs. Daniel Delgado. Hey. And hold on, the Camacho thing. Is that actually your last name, or are you making a reference to President Camacho from Idiocracy? Yeah, so I don't think there's a limit on mods. So that's actually like the graduation. When I run out of VIP slots, someone's getting made a mod. Like, that's how that one works. I could have made you a VIP first, but then that just sounds like mod with more steps. Ooh, Xmetrics, that one's tougher. Your follow is from April 22nd, 2022, which is a really cool number, or like a date or whatever. You've chatted here a lot. You've done good work. Yeah, I'll allow it. Not mod, come on. So you just, oh, wait, you actually share the last name Nito? Nice. Hell yeah. If I have a VIP slot available, it's yours. There you go. Welcome, VIP of the Bong Table. No, the key is actually being a streamer and being someone I trust. That's the harder part there, Xmetrics. And no, like, trust is like the wrong word, but I know you like to be cheeky, right? I did just give you a diamond. Welcome, VIP of the Bong Table. I told you. I mean, if you ever want to make it to actually mod, yeah, I'd prefer it if you don't troll it all. I'd prefer it if you don't troll it all anyway. The fact that you needed some criteria to do it, I should have done this ages ago. So, hold on, y'all said, hi, Mom. My mom says, hi, stream. Damn right. Oh yeah, this is personal now. This is personal, okay? If y'all don't know, you better thank my mom for being a major part of number portability. Could you imagine if you moved from house to house and you couldn't take your phone number with you anymore? Yeah, back in the 80s and 90s, that's how that worked. Oh, you moved? You have a brand new phone number now. The fact that you can take your landline with you anywhere you go, yeah, my mom helped make that happen. Yeah, exactly. Boom, new number. Ooh, is that how that worked too, Xmetrics? I didn't know that one. Yeah, so cell phone number portability is most likely a fork or extenuation of the 1-800 system's number portability. So think about number portability and how that works. And it's like the reason I know this term is because I heard it way too much back in the day. My mom would mention it, talking to my dad, etc. And I'm just elementary school me, having no idea, but I know this phrase. I know the phrase number portability. Technically, what that meant was a 1-800 number could tie to any landline. That's how that worked. And that was a national Bellcore problem, right? Like all of the internet. I don't know what those are, but I would bet my mom does. My dad is actually more on the hardware side, though. So my dad was the hardware side of the 1-800 system. My mom was like the software side. And right on the software side, she was part of a team. So that means that technically, you know, she didn't do all of it herself. Designing the 1-800 system, like the hardware, yeah, my dad did that all himself. They had Samsung solid state memory back in 1990. 89, actually. Right? Memory that would persist after a power off, as long as your power system and everything was connected due to just like, you know, the shit that mainframes do. My dad designed a computer system that had to deal with SSDs, not technically SSDs, that was a different thing, but solid state memory would persist through a power off. So you could have data cached whether you turn the system off or on, like, you know, failover. This is 1989, 1990. I don't even know how big those things were. We're thinking probably like 256K or some shit. Like, really not a lot, but enough. So yeah, like, really fun stories. I'd love to tell all these stories, actually. They're really good. I'd love to, like, record a video about it, but make sure that I'm not, like, bullshitting and also that I don't get sued. I'd love to bring my mom on to talk about some of this shit, actually. Yeah, tell us about your moments at Belcore, etc. in a way that doesn't get you, like, sued for, you know, non-disclosure stuff. But I really want to do, like, an interview with her at some point. I think she has some really cool stories to tell. Your portfolio less if you use a components library? Dude, MK Slug, no one gives a fuck if you use a component library on your portfolio. Are you going for, like, a design portfolio? Or are you going for, like, a dev portfolio? Devs use component libraries. Like, dude, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Yeah, exactly. Use them properly. Style them if you want to. And then, yeah, like, totally. Dude, no one gives a fuck how you actually do your portfolio. Yeah, seriously, MK Slug. Nobody gives a fuck how you made your portfolio. The key is, does it exist? Does it showcase the things you care about? That's it. Like, no one gives a fuck what you made your portfolio with. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, thanks, Green Shoes. Appreciate you. Thanks for the backup. Yeah, very good point, Mesmiro, right? Like, the frameworks you're using, like, it doesn't even fucking matter, right? You're gonna have to learn a new framework anyway. What they're actually, like, I think it's a bonus. You can use a framework productively. They better have a framework, right? They better be using some kind of framework, or at least have their own component library, all that shit. Yeah, like, especially for, like, the thing encompassing the portfolio. If you want to have like a list item within your portfolio that is, well, I decided to create, like, a component library just to see if I could, that's a fine fucking portfolio item. But I don't give a fuck if you're dog fooding that into your, like, you know, blog or whatever, or your portfolio technically. You don't need to dog food a component library you made. But still making one is a really cool, like, portfolio project. Things like that. So don't worry about that. Totally fine. Yeah, exactly. Like, if they're a good dev, teaching them Vue versus React or whatever, right? Like, if they're experienced in one but not the other, should be really quick and easy. Like, really easy. The only time it's going to matter is when you're hiring for a senior that needs to actually, like, portray the best practices about a framework, etc. Oh, you're hiring for a senior, like, Angular developer? They better know, like, what makes a maintainable Angular app, not what makes a React maintainable app. I get it, like, a good senior should be able to learn it, but you rely upon your seniors to, like, dictate the patterns for your mid-level and juniors to follow. And if they don't understand what makes a good pattern in Angular, they're not a good fit senior-wise. I'm sorry. Like, I'm just going to say that right now. When you're hiring for a senior Angular developer, their Vue.js or React knowledge is useful, sure, but it doesn't get shit done. Right? And you need your seniors to help other people get shit done by establishing patterns that matter. In my opinion, I want to point that out right now. It depends on the senior you're actually hiring. Some seniors might not need to give a shit because they can learn it and just, be productive otherwise. But I really think if you have one single senior front-end dev on your team and you're hiring for that role needs to actually understand the ins and outs of the framework you're using, because they are the one that dictates the patterns for the juniors to make sure you're not accumulating too much tech debt. Does that sound right, Green Shoes? Feel free to disagree. I would love to hear your differing opinion on that, or is that about right? Again, I've never tried to hire a senior. Okay, just making sure. I have had to interview seniors for the role I had at a company because I was still a contractor at the time. And the seniors I interviewed didn't have any Angular knowledge, and that was kind of a problem. And yeah, they didn't get hired. I instead just started working for the company that had a clause in the contract with the contracting company I was working for that allowed that to happen without any repercussions. Other than the fact that I probably couldn't get a job back at that consulting company. I bet I still could, actually. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. I'll keep in mind, I'm a bit sloppy, but I still I care more about web semantics than I care about React semantics, at least for the code base we have right now. We can always improve it later, right? But right now, we need to actually improve our platform towards web semantics, not platform semantics, right? Web and platform are the same thing, not framework semantics, right? So yes, I am most experienced as an Angular senior, for sure. But I do have experience doing senior level React stuff. Ooh, that's even crazier, Mesmero, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that a little bit there, Green Shoes. I think style is still subjective, depending on what you're doing in some cases. Would you agree with that? Right? I am massively a senior Angular developer, and I would consider myself a senior front-end developer too. My experience leading teams doing React stuff is diminished. It is less so. I have led more teams doing Angular stuff. As far as making applications, I've done a shitload with React. It's typically my reach for anything I'm making just due to libraries available, etc. But at the end of the day, I still don't have enough experience teaching React to other people. And I'm solidifying that at the company I'm at right now. So, yeah, I'm just curious. Would you consider that actually senior still? I don't know. Because in my opinion, being a senior solo contributor is really not senior. But my understanding of the platform, of the web platform itself, I think does make me senior, right? Treat the URL as a source of truth when you can, react to that as the changes of state, blah, blah, blah. I just want to make sure, right? Exactly, yeah. You don't know something until you can teach it. I totally get that. And my ability with React is still less so because I have taught less of it. Now, I've had to defend the way I do React here on stream a bunch. Like, so fucking much. So at least in that regard, I think I have a little bit of, like, teaching under my belt. Or at least explaining. Which is basically teaching sometimes. But yeah. I don't know. Just I don't even know what point I'm trying to make. I'm just ranting a bit and trying to understand the scope and the ecosystem and all that bullshit. Teach my mom React? No, probably not. I'd rather teach my little brother any of this shit. Whatever he wants, technically. So we might end up eventually having like a recurring thing in which I just pair up with my brother. He builds an app. I make comments as he does it. Right? Could we use like the code share or live share or whatever to like collaboratively do it? Sure, maybe. But I'd still want to make sure I'm like backseating, or at least taking the backseat to him like doing that stuff. Yes, both my parents did programming in some way. My dad is less of a software person, and he's typically been like a mainframe hardware person. Yeah, I think teaching my brother in a series would actually be kind of fun. So yeah, I'm trying to get him into it. I haven't like actually hit him up for it, but I think, yeah, that is something I majorly want to like try and like encourage, because he's already using ChatGPT and like other shit in a major way. Right? He has made basically like a live streamed like radio platform using like FFmpeg or like I can't even remember all the shit he's glued together just from like interacting with ChatGPT and other shit, which is really fucking cool. Yeah, no worries, Green Shoes. Yeah. I mean, I'll be here because my steak isn't even going to be done till like 8 o'clock. Maybe 7:30, but yeah, like, you know, my steak isn't even done cooking in the sous vide until like 8 o'clock, so I'm going at least until 8. Could I play some more games, you know, with like Worm and James, etc.? Probably. I'd rather hang out working on this instead. Yeah, exactly, sous vide. Yep, for sure. So, hold on, let me take a vitamin D. Delicious. So Masmiro, yeah, that's a thing. If your company doesn't have a good process for like code improvement, right? Like polish, nitpicks, etc., that's actually an organizational issue that you'll never be able to fix unless you can introduce that as a thing. Right? What you actually need to try and do is introduce at least a sprint or two in which y'all focus on refactor tickets. If you can do that, then you can actually introduce some of these like styles and patterns. Without a refactor sprint or 2 or 3 or whatever, or however many, it'll never happen, and like good enough is always good. Right? So I think that's the thing that you should push for instead. Not, can we make it better? Can we make this actually like establish the pattern or whatever? No worries, X Factor. I think we're good. Yeah, so when you asked about the sous vide, that's what that timer was. Gotcha. So yeah, Mesmiro though, still saying, the battles you're actually picking, you don't have to pick as a battle on a specific PR. You can actually just simply work on the improvement sprints and some of that stuff. So if y'all don't have any concept of like tech debt like sprints or whatever, then that's going to be a problem. Justifying cost for the work. So again, like Masmiro, I think at some point your goal is to like tell them, hey, we have a bunch of things that are broken in our code base, and improving them will actually allow us to improve the velocity that we're gonna have, right? So if you end up sprinkling them in, I would say instead, don't worry about sprinkling in tech debt refactors. It should be an entire sprint that focuses on it. Not everyone will have a task during that sprint, so some people will work on features, sure. But during that sprint, major refactors should be encouraged. So yeah, that would be my recommendation to you. Every quarter, maybe only twice a year, maybe only once a year, can you actually set aside a sprint, maybe 2, maybe 3, whatever, to improve the code base in a way that makes it easier to work with? Whether someone approves that or says it's okay, I don't fucking know, man. But I just want to point out, we have that process at work. Every quarter, we spend 1 sprint doing tech debt, which is awesome. Now, granted, as the senior on the team that makes some dev tooling and some other shit, a lot of what I do is actually solving tech debt anyway. So I'm not beholden to the sprint, but the other developers end up getting tasks for refactoring and tech debt during those sprints, and that's hugely worth it too. Hence why we're refactoring our text, right? How like styling for fonts works. Hence why we refactored colors previously. Yeah. It doesn't have to be that you can't do anything about tech debt or refactors, whatever, right? During non-tech debt sprints. But during a tech debt sprint, everybody is focused on things that improve the code base. Ooh, Mesmiro, best practices from the start never is a thing. There will always be other practices that introduce the fact that you've already had tech debt, but not realizing it. So, yeah, the concept of a tech debt sprint or 2 is hugely valuable even for new applications, because eventually it will have the same problem. Eventually, you have tech debt that you have to solve. Yeah, exactly, right? You don't even know that there's a better way to do it until someone points it out, or you see some library and you're already months into the rewrite. Are you gonna stop everything and rewrite the shit that you found a better best practice? No, you put it on the backlog as a tech debt task, and then you're done, right? And then hopefully you're at a company that actually prioritizes tech debt tasks eventually. The main goal for that is it happens during a specific sprint, because then it's on a schedule. If it's not on a schedule, they can just keep kicking that can down the road. I would say also during those tech debt sprints, could you upgrade your libraries? Oh my God, Angular releases a brand new version every 6 months. During that tech debt sprint, could you address updating your Angular version? Yeah, totally. And if you do it on a recurring basis, the effort to do so is minimal. I really think this could be a good YouTube talk too. Shit, man. I just keep coming up with shit I gotta make YouTube talks about. But I don't got time to edit this shit, man. I need to hire an editor, technically, right? But most of my videos, the editing part is not the crazy part. The editing part is not the heaviest part I do as a dev, as like a content creator. The editing part is actually easy. The creating the overlays and the text I need and like, you know, the various like screenshots and blah, 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 and like working through those screenshots as like things that we show on screen when I'm not just ranting at the camera. Like, that is the most important part. Like, editing me ranting at a camera? Dude, that's just trimming a clip and calling it good. And then creating like the transitions between the segments. For me, that shit's super easy. Yeah, that could be a thing, MK, sure. That sounds fucking tough. Ooh, the spikes. Yeah, mono. So technically the spikes you're talking about, we've called it like spring cleanup that we're extending into like summer. But yeah, we just did like a spring cleanup branch in which like, hey, we're seeing inconsistent like fonts and some stuff. We're seeing whatever. We're just gonna take 2 or 3 hours together in a specific call to address as many of the things within this like, you know, this like U-Track ticket or whatever in like an easy way, because creating like an entire fucking like actual U-Track ticket for all of them is insane. But like just having something in our like knowledge base, or technically Slight is what we use. Just having a page in Slight for all of these things that we could fix, like font sizing or spacing or adding breadcrumbs to pages that don't have them, whatever, right? The effort of creating the tickets in whatever ticketing system is actually more than the effort of just hammering some of this shit out, right? The tasking that has to be done with it, like all that bullshit, like it's tough. So yeah, at some point, for the easy things like, oh, fix a color here, make the font size better there, change the font weight for certain things, like categorically, like all sorts of that, like the little like nitpicky things, those can be done inside of like a 2 or 3 hour session with just a couple devs working together to make it happen, right? Like work with the designer, have them approve it, propose an entire like polish of the UI. I really like it. I really like it. I think we're fucking nailing it. Right? Because I'm not gonna see a font difference when I'm reviewing code. Like my eyes don't see font differences. Oh, is that too thick? I don't fucking know. That's the designer's problem. I'm caring about the logic of this application and the best practices of how we treat state, and are we treating the URL as a source of truth, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I have so many other things I need to look for as a checkbox that I'm just not gonna see some weird-ass fucking, like, styling issue. I'm just not. Technically, I don't even see different fonts most of the time. If a dev has the wrong font on some element, I'm not even gonna notice. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm sorry. My best things to focus on are things that make our logic better. Things that make our code better, not the fucking styling. I'm gonna miss that shit every time. I'm not visually focused when it comes to reviewing code. Yeah, documentation or an MVP approach. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing a spike. Wait, what? So, 2-tap, that's a weird fucking statement. No, that's not back-end. It's entirely front-end. You're missing it, 2-tap. I barely touch our back-end. This is the front-end. This is the logic that makes our front-end work and be an application that is usable. The styling of a font weight is not something I give a shit about. So they are different things. This is just purely front-end logic. It's not back-end. This is all front-end. Is it the back end to the front end? I mean, if you want to split hairs like that, sure. But no, I'm an application developer. Okay, that makes a little more sense there, T-Tab. Gotcha. Yeah, think component logic based. But again, like, hold up, Leonard, what you're getting at is that PM making that ticket should have been like an epic. And then create the tasks underneath that epic. And that epic isn't done until all the tasks are done. Right? So it's more like a terminology problem at that point, in my opinion. Or possibly like your PMs just aren't trained enough on like the scope of a thing. Could you inform them that the scope is more than just one ticket? Well, yeah, they can make an epic for you, no problem. But Leonard, that's actually where our value comes in. The PM doesn't know that. They don't know the level of like effort something we're doing does at all. Like zero, absolutely none. So story is like a fuzzy term, right? Story is like a really fuzzy term because realistically everything's a story. The epics are a story, a feature like a task is a story, even a bug fix is its own story. So story is like needlessly like broad. And we need to like break them down into like what kind of story. Now technically, I know what you're saying, Mesmiro, like technically stories live underneath epics. I just recognize that PMs don't think about that stuff in that same way. They don't know what is a story and what is an epic. They don't know what is individually deliverable, you know? So at that point, it's up to us during like, you know, planning, etc., to call things out for like, hey, this is bigger than just a single story. That's our job. Being the squeaky wheel that says that during the meeting is one of the things that helps level you up to like senior. That was actually how I became senior real quick, by being the person that like shouted out like, hey, this thing in the design, that's gonna be shitty to implement. I didn't use those terms, but like, can we think about this in a way that works for mobile too? Hey-o, like, right? Just being the squeaky wheel. There is there's a fine line. Being the squeaky wheel about things that don't matter is a clear way to get yourself ignored. But being the squeaky wheel about things that matter is a very easy way to get leveled up. So I think as developers, we need to concentrate on the things that we actually like call out during planning versus like things that could be done in some other way. Yeah, so there you go, Mesmiro. I would say prioritize the things you squeak about, and you'll level up quicker too. Right? Is it something you needed to squeak about now? Probably not. You can squeak about it later. No big deal. Not everything. I'm just pointing out, like, you have to, like, discern where your line is for these things. No one can teach you that. You got to figure it out. So stories as a shippable slice. Yeah, could you turn off that feature in production until it's ready for everybody, right? Like setting the foundation, creating a route that's empty. It's still like a very small shippable story, right? But the epic for that is create a page that does blank, right? So yes, epics are the higher level. A story can totally just be like a smaller bit. But a lot of people don't necessarily have that distinction. In many cases, a story is the same thing as an epic, and it's the same thing as a bug fix, because it's just a story within whatever Jira decides to call it, right? It's within whatever platform you're using decides to call it, and their terminology is going to taint whatever you think a story actually is. So at some point, story is actually just the smallest shippable, PRable thing you can do in most organizations. And that's why I really use the term epic, because then an epic is composed of the smallest shippable changes you can make. Does that work? Am I explaining that right? Again, I think you're actually right. I think you're totally right, X Factor. But there are people that would equate the term story to mean bug fix, feature, or epic, right? They're all just stories within something like Jira. X-Assembly, I'm not gonna say anything like that because I don't know who the fuck Plastane is, and I'm not giving them any value of that statement. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna say that. I'm also not a puppet that you can stick your hand up the butt of and make them say shit. I know, it seems like it. I'm a streamer, right? But no. Streamers are not a puppet for you to stick your hand up the ass of and operate like a puppet. No, my guess, Mesmiro, is that Plastane has actually been banned on this channel. And they want me to unban him? I don't know, actually. I have no idea. No fucking clue. But there are people that have been banned here, in which, their trolliest fucking, community members come here and actually, complain, please unban blank, or whatever. And it happens a lot. Especially the people that, talk shit on Lodash for some reason. You don't want to use Lodash? Don't use it. You got one function you want to use? You can only bring in that one function. It doesn't taint your bundle as much as you think it does. Right? Lodash is hugely valuable. Use it when you need it, or don't if you don't. So yeah, people don't realize how composable front end is based on good components. Whole ass component libraries are 30 separate components with a lot of states per. So Leonard, I think one of those things though is you don't want to fully localize a lot of state. Oh, was it a Palestine thing? Oh, okay. I mean, the news stories about some of the authorities in Israel overstepping bounds fucking suck. But we don't want to get too political here. But holy shit, dude. In my opinion, as far as the news stories I've seen, doesn't mean I've seen the right news stories. It really does seem like Israel is way too fucking strict and kind of like an asshole about their borders. Especially the way they treat Palestinians within their borders. I'm okay making that statement. That shit's pretty obvious from global news. There are so many fucking news articles that come out about some fucking border patrol from Israel shooting children or whatever. It's insane, man. It's fucking insane. I think peaceful coexistence should be a thing they should all be opting for. It's a fucking piece of land. Who gives a shit? I get it, X-Assembly, but again, just keep in mind, we're not trying to, like, really pick a side here. The amount of news stories that have come out about the Israeli Border Patrol doing crazy shit, that bums me out. That said, I don't know the whole story most of the time, so please, we don't want to get too political. So, thank you. But I will just point out, yes, the news stories about Israel really just being too militaristic about their border, I think is a problem. Right? I'm not saying Israel shouldn't exist, because that's what a lot of people are looking for. I think, yeah, it's fine. But they should allow peaceful coexistence with the people that live there already. I don't think that should actually be like a controversial statement. The fact that it's somehow controversial is fucking weird to me. Peaceful coexistence should be the norm. Exactly, Mesmira. No matter what, peaceful coexistence should be the norm, not the edge case. That is not like a weird statement for someone to make. Peaceful coexistence should be the goal. If it isn't, what the fuck, man? So yeah, real quick though, let me go pour some more water. This thing's fucking empty, isn't it? So yeah, I'm gonna go pour more water. We're gonna drink more whiskey. My steak will be ready in like an hour. It'll be delicious. What am I downing? Whiskey. What am I doing? We're currently working on the SDKs for my feature flag system. So if you're curious about the main thing we're doing, Vexilla is it. But I do need to go pee. I'll be right back. There is some React going on, yes. But the majority of what we're doing today is actually Rust. How many pees do I have? I peed twice today, but I could pee again. I don't know if that's actually what you were asking. I will say real quick though, X-Assembly, be careful. I drink whiskey here on stream. So if drinking whiskey is no good, then sorry. Oh, you like the name, 2Tap? Yeah, Vexilla. Yeah, because a Vexillum is like the flags that the Romans would like carry marching into battle, etc. Right? Vexilla is like a bunch of flags. X-Assembly. If debugging is the act of removing bugs from code, coding is the act of putting them in. So yeah, adding bugs to code is actually what we're trying to do right now, man. And damn, all the people lurking on the red platform over on YouTube, y'all are the best. Thank you so much. We're at 32 average like view duration for 13 people. That means 6 hours of watch time, like 6.5. Things different between Go, Elixir, and Rust. They mean to solve different problems. No such thing as best. I'm sorry, X-Assembly, no X versus Y, please. There's no such thing as best. Doesn't exist. Solve the problem you have with the criteria that you need to solve. That's it. No such thing as best. Right? Unless you have way more strict criteria of what you're trying to make, then you could probably discern some kind of best, but we're not going to do it here. Astro? It's fine. It's great for static sites. Ooh, MK Slug. What video are you trying to reference? View's fine too. Again, X-Assembly. If you're looking for like an X versus Y about any of this shit, I'm not gonna do it. Take it easy, Darren. I don't know. Yeah, so, Darren, I'm not so sure. Oh, so we totally have like a YouTube. If you want to check that out. I don't have, I have some command about like latest. Oh, is it like latest YouTube? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I need to make way more videos, X-Assembly. Yeah, I'm slacking. It's like he's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. It's not latest? Yeah, I don't remember what the command is. If you want to see what my commands are and find it, I don't want to, like, dig into it too much. But if you do find it, like, I'd appreciate you. Thank you, MK Slug. No big deal. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, Darren... I don't think it's like a hill to die on. It's YouTube latest. There we go. Thank you. It's out of date. I think X considered harmful is the more recent, like, latest that matters. That's actually gonna, like, get views. To make, like, to link the interview one. Like, who wants to watch 2.5 hours of me ranting with people, you know? No, I haven't updated it, so keep that in mind. I could update it, if it makes sense. But I just think it's the wrong video to link in, like, a major way. Yeah, so dying on hills is usually not a great idea anyway. Sure, I'll totally get that. I still haven't watched that video. Yeah, I just don't know. So yeah, like Darren, I think that's the biggest point. Steak is still cooking. We're like 40 minutes away from it still. Before I'm like ready for it. Like it's in the sous vide, so it can actually go for as many hours as I want. I get it, Darren. I think instead though, what makes it different from Astro? Do you consider Astro a front-end framework? I think that is maybe like, if we can understand our differentiation between whether Astro is front-end or back-end, that would help us. I fundamentally disagree. Astro is a static site generator that is a back-end thing. I just fundamentally like disagree. The front end is the thing that actually happens during runtime in the browser. So Astro is not front end. It's static. It is a tool that runs on the back end to generate static assets, sure. But Astro itself is a back end tool, in my opinion. You absolutely can run Astro code server-side. There is definitely a server-side rendered versus SSG version of Astro. You can, absolutely. The fact that it's capable makes it back-end. The building of your JS assets is back-end. Astro itself lives on the back-end. The shit it generates is front-end. But that still doesn't change the fact that Astro itself is running on the back end. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, right? The code running for the framework. Is it runtime or build time? Or server-side time? If it's build time or server time, it's a back-end framework. I'm sorry. Like, static site generators are back-end. The content they create are front-end. But it doesn't mean it's a front-end framework. All right? The front-end framework is the thing that actually, like, makes the front-end usable at scale for an application. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at, Darren. It's a build time thing. Astro is build time. Yeah, static site generators are build time. They're back end. Splitting a client bundle requires a server to give the right request. It doesn't. Oh, Leonard, you're absolutely wrong on that. I could write an SPA right now that is actually like the bundle is split out as I need it, right? And I'm only getting what I needed at the time. based on lazy loading. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm kind of getting at, Leonard. Just making sure, you know, all of these things are fuzzy. To worry too much about these, like, terms is to miss the point, technically. In the context of Next.js, no, I think backend framework is wrong. So, Darren, I think I'm agreeing with that. But to call it only front end is also wrong. It's a meta framework. It's both. It's however you want to build it, technically. No, so you're missing it though, Darren. You can implement your entire backend using Next, right? You could also make a Next version that calls out to some other backend too. But you could make your entire backend using Next. It's a doable thing. I'm not saying I recommend it, but it's a thing. You can absolutely do it. So at that point, front end, back end, no, it's a full stack framework, actually. Next.js is a full stack framework. How you use it determines what it actually becomes. Darren, I'm sorry. I have an entire backend written with serverless functions. I don't need to give a shit about threading. But my backend is a REST API written in serverless functions. Right? So Darren, you're missing the point. I don't need multi-threading. I can just run serverless functions. They get threaded without me even like knowing about threads. And in the same way, Next.js can do the same thing. GraphQL is fine. Sometimes you need the escape hatch of just a REST request. Or an RPC, technically. I know AWS Lambda supports WebSocket, but that's like outside the scope of what we're really debating right now, C-Red. For sure, I've done WebSockets on Lambda as well. Absolutely. But what we're getting at is, would you consider a Node.js runtime that is not multi-threaded, but still like multi-headed as a backend framework? Absolutely, right? Serverless is still backend. So that's where like the trying to like categorize Next.js falls down, because you could make Next.js be just your serverless side, right? It could be just your backend, and you could consume a Next.js API with whatever front end you want, right? At that point, it is fully capable of backend. So instead, I think you and Theo are both wrong. It's a full stack framework that you can make whatever you want. Right? Next.js is a full stack framework. Just like Remix is a full stack framework. You could write server-side endpoints for all of these without ever deploying a front end. You know how I know this? I have SvelteKit only doing backend shit for me right now. SvelteKit is just my get auth. That's it. So again, Darren, I just want to point out, Next.js is capable of backend stuff. Does it mean it is purely a backend framework? Fuck no. So that's where Theo is wrong, and you are also wrong. It's a full stack framework. That's it. If I build a static site generator using Laravel, and my shippable stuff is just the front end assets like the HTML, CSS, whatever, right? You'd still consider Laravel a back-end framework though, right? But technically, Laravel is a full stack framework. And then once we get rid of the whole back-end, front-end thing and allow the case for full stack, then we're good, man. So I get it, Darren, but what I'm getting at is, no, your statement actually says Next.js is still a front-end framework. That actually misses the nuance of it being a full-stack framework. And your phrasing would have been better if you said it's a full-stack framework. It allows fully front-end and fully back-end applications. And then at that point, the debate's meaningless. I would never advise a company to do so, but startups can totally like bootstrap their MVP doing so, right? So just because you wouldn't recommend it for a scalable back-end application at a big company doesn't mean that it's not a back-end like framework, right? Doesn't mean it's not capable of back-end, right? It's a full stack framework, and you're both wrong. And if you want to build your entire back-end with it, fuck it, who cares? At a big company, well, I care a bit. At a small company, at a thing you're bootstrapping yourself as a solopreneur, dude, right? Why does your opinion about front-end, back-end even matter for a solopreneur? It doesn't. So that's what I'm getting at. You saying it's a front-end framework, Theo saying it's a back-end framework, you're both fucking wrong. It's a full stack framework that you can adapt to whatever use case you need to. Just like Laravel, just like everything else. Right? Any framework capable of front end or back end is a full stack framework, not just a back end framework. No, I get you. I get you there, 2Tab. I'm just pointing out. Okay, so again, Darren, I'm just pointing out that your disagreement with Theo is just wrong, right? You're saying it's still a front-end framework, whatever. It misses the nuance of the fact that it is a full-stack framework, and that would have been a better argument against Theo saying it's just a back-end framework, right? To make that distinction is to miss the point, in my opinion. I'm sorry, Darren. Like, we can disagree, but I'm just saying, like, to make that distinction is to miss the point. Oh, one thing's more front end than back end, or one thing's more back end than front end. Like, who cares? I don't think those arguments are actually useful or productive. We don't even need to dig into why. I would actually just simply like cut out the why and simply say, is that distinction actually useful? I don't think so. Right? More front end versus more back end, it's full stack. Just deal with it. I get that, Darren. Your actual complaint should have been it's not back end only, it is full stack, right? That's all I'm getting at with your tweet. You framed it as like the exact opposite of what Theo said, rather than recognizing that it actually includes a bit of what Theo said. So at that point, you're both right and you're both wrong, right? To worry about the distinction of what one thing is more or less, that's like a worthless argument. Does that make sense? I hope I'm not being a jerk about this, Darren, but like literally, it's a full stack framework. Trying to like split hairs between if it's more one or the other, not worth it. Not even something worth caring about. Okay, just making sure, man. I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but I do make my points emphatically. That's the nature of debate, in my opinion, like proper debate. You speak towards the side you're arguing as if it's the absolute truth. So I get you. Like, that's why you're debating Theo in that same way. But I just want to point out that Twitter doesn't actually foster proper debate. So instead, measured arguments are just better, right? Things that consider both sides are just better on Twitter. Does it mean you're going to go viral? Fuck no. But going viral in that way is actually not useful. So Fievel, that's not a bad point. I get it, but that's kind of a false assumption. I think it's actually like a really false assumption. You don't know what they got until they show you. So it's actually Schrodinger's front end or back end. No, Mesmero, to think that Theo is purely like controversy driven is to miss the point. He doesn't actually enjoy the controversy. As far as like my chatting with him, he doesn't actually enjoy the controversy. What he enjoys is having an opinion and hearing other people discuss it. That is different from controversy. He is willing to admit when he's wrong. He dismissed Angular for years and then recognized that Angular does some shit. If he hadn't said majorly negative things about Angular, would he have actually learned that Angular is capable of doing some really cool shit? Like nowadays, past when he last looked at it? Absolutely. So look at every video Theo makes as more of like a conversation starter. Not like he's trying to drum up controversy, but he's looking for people to help correct him. And I think at that point, you'll have a better interaction with Theo in general. I say this as a person that has used Angular in major ways and heard him talk major shit about it, and then see him do the about face and recognize that Angular is doing some cool stuff nowadays. Right? The redemption arc is beautiful. Angular JS is totally fucking dead. Yeah, that is end of life cycle way long ago. Angular and Angular JS are not the same thing. Exactly. I've done enough Angular to make sure that that's not something I'm trying to say. Angular JS is absolutely fucking dead. And most people that talk shit about Angular are using Angular JS as the model of the thing that they didn't like. That's fine. Yeah, it sucked. I totally remember that. I remember when it was really bad. There you go, Croucher. Like, that stuff exists, right? But you don't know it exists. It's Schrodinger's stack. Is it front end, is it back end, or is it full stack? We don't know until we see the implementation. PHP without WordPress is just fine. So XAssembly, I just want to say, you've done some things or said some things that are somewhat trolly. We're not looking for X versus Y stuff. Right? You have made some good points too, so I'm not going to say, like, get out of here, but I'm just going to say, like, please recognize we're not looking to throw anything under the bus. We're not looking to say anything is worthless. Nope, so there it is. Yeah, you're going to get a timeout then. Because I was literally telling you, hey, we don't want that shit here. So you can take 10 minutes and recognize that that level of PHP is death is bullshit. PHP is 70% of the internet. If you consider that dead, then you can fuck right off. If you want to actually be reasonable, then we can chat. Again, trying to calculate the day something dies is missing the point as well. right? We don't need to care about when something is dead. It's not our problem. It'll be obvious when it happens, and we can move on, right? Focus on productivity, and caring about a language that's dead when you got work to do in that language is bullshit. It's a waste of your thought process. Dark matter developers. I'm not green shoes, actually. I'd be curious about that. What does that mean? Written in Cold Fusion. Exactly, Childs. I know people that have dealt with Cold Fusion. I know people that still do like Fortran, etc. And it pays the bills because there are software processes and things written that you just can't simply rewrite without a major amount of risk. Most organizations want to minimize risk. At that point, you use the language that it's written in, and you just move on with your day. Deliver value. That's it. As software developers, we turn project manager demands into value. That's it. Make value happen, and you're being a good software developer. That's it. Oh my God, you use X language, you're not a good software dev? Fuck that. That is a terrible mentality. The worst. All right? Deliver value and concentrate less on the tools you use to do so. Technically, developers turn time into money. The way you turn time into money is actually like super meaningless. So Mesmiro, what about productivity is harmed by using jQuery in some cases? I would say nothing. jQuery still makes you productive. Does it mean you have to learn jQuery's like SDKs, etc.? Or like APIs? Well then sure. Does that actually make you less productive? Or could you, as a developer, learn just another API you gotta deal with? Yeah, the Visual Fox Pro, or like any legacy code base in which you really need an expert. Yeah, that expert can just decide what their price is. And most companies will end up paying it because they can't hire anyone else with like that experience. One second. Sorry, Green Shoes. Yeah, 1 second. Oh, that was the wrong one. I don't know who the fuck Green is, but that wasn't you. There we go. So yeah, hold on. Let me read your you're already regular. So feel free to paste. If I've already added you as a regular, you can paste any link you want. So hold on. Let me read your comment about dark matter devs. Hanselman. Oh, Hanselman's good. Yeah, he makes a very consistent set of like blog posts and content and like tweets, and like pretty much everything that dude does is awesome. I'd love to give him a sticker sheet. All right, so dark matter in physics, matter that cannot be directly measured, but we know it's there because of the effect it has on measurable matter. Dark matter devs are those with no social media presence. They don't blog, they don't do conferences, but we know they exist because they keep old tech alive and well, like PHP, Perl, jQuery, AS400. I'm sorry, like equating PHP to Perl is insane. Like, insane. How to get into blogging? I mean, you just do it, right? You're actually hinting at the fact that I want to create and aggregate, like, not aggregator, sorry, like a pusher script. When I blog on my main, like, you know, my it's not WordPress, it's Gatsby now. If I publish a new blog post on my, sorry, I got these hiccups. I'm gonna have to, like, plug my ears here in a second. If I publish a new post, I want it to go out to Hacker Noon, Dev.2, Hashnode, maybe Substack at this point. I don't fucking know. Like, no idea. Do I dump my thoughts? No, every blog post I make is like a very clear, like, I have an outline for what I wanted to say. Treat every blog post as like a writing assignment in which, like, your English teacher will judge you. So there it is. Darren, operate a canonical blog, and then farming out to all these other things is just a push with the canonical link, and you're good to go. No. Personal website, and then push to canonical, like, you know, it's the canonical, and then you push to all these other, like, aggregators. Totally fine, right? Hacker Noon, Dev2, they all have fucking APIs you can hit up. I think Hashnode is working on theirs. I don't know about Substacks, but at the end of the day, if you wanted to make, like, a fan out, like, blog post tool, I'd be one of your first users, for sure. I've been meaning to write that for ages. I just haven't. Hold on. I got these hiccups. Let me just plug my ears and plug my nose. Hiccups are a spasm of the diaphragm. No, Astroblog is not hooked up to any of those APIs, and that's why I want to make a tool for it. So hold on, I gotta plug my ears and my nose, and then hold my breath, because my diaphragm will keep hiccuping or spasming based upon it dealing with air. So Darren, not a bad idea. Like, totally not a bad idea. What you could consider is, instead, could people from Gatsby or any other static site generator, Hugo, etc., simply benefit from a command line tool, or possibly like a CI/CD tool that recognizes a new blog post, a new URL within your structure, and then fans that one out? Because then you're agnostic. Yeah. So I think that's the major move. maintain some kind of tool that crawls like your sitemap or whatever, recognizes a new thing, and then publishes it to all of these other things. That is like the killer plugin or whatever, right? CLI tool that just runs as part of like a build script, basically. Does it end up creating a commit to add that build script to your metadata file? Maybe. So again, like Mesmero, you'd have to like keep a track of what is a new file versus an old file, and like that would involve like some type of like metadata JSON file, right? And then at that point, you can just use that metadata JSON file to determine if a blog post is new. And then part of your CI/CD is committing that new blog post to it via something. Like, I don't know, maybe it's like a 2-stage process. I'm not sure. There is something to be done there, and I haven't put enough thought into it, so I don't fucking know. But the idea is simply, if I publish a new blog post, and whatever I got going doesn't recognize that same blog post, could it fan that shit out for me? And at that point there, Darren, is that a service instead? You have users sign up to watch a blog? And you look at their sitemap in general? It requires like a legit sitemap maybe? I think that could be a good service, actually. And I'm actually like betraying the fact that this is kind of a service I've wanted to make. If you make it, no harm, no foul. I told you the entire idea. I gave you the slice into this fucking brain, didn't I? I need to start charging people money for that shit. We're not there yet, so this one's free. This one's on the house. This one's free. Could I eventually like give people free ideas and then be like, hey, if you want to subscribe to my Trello board of ideas, here's the subscription link. $5 a month, no big deal. Oh, hey, you actually like scaffolded and like launched and scaled an app based on my idea? Do you want to hire me on as like a CTO or something? CIO, Chief Idea Officer, and just help you like ideate on like the platform that you built based off my ideas? Absolutely. I'm hireable on a contract basis, no big deal. Fractional CTO, no big deal. I'll take it. Fractional CIO, yeah, I don't give a shit. Yeah, fractional CTO and time-shared CTO, they're the same thing, Mesmero. Yeah, totally. Happy to be whatever part you want. I could just sit on your board for a fee. Fractional board member. Boom, nailed it. I don't care. As long as you want to pay me for the brilliant ideas I'm going to come up with for your business, then we're good to go. Shit. I think it's a thing, man, because I could like newsletter my Trello board, no problem. Oh yeah, you want access to my Trello board? It's just like, you know, you do the newsletter thing. Anyone that wants to actually like clone my newsletter, well, yeah, sure, you can do it, but you're not gonna get my ideas as I come up with them. So still like value being on like the bleeding edge of the Trello board. I don't know, there's something to it. I don't fucking know. But even then, I got ideas, man. Can we all recognize Can we all recognize that I got into dev because I'm an ideas person? And I could never afford to pay people to do this shit for me. So shit, could I make my own ideas? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm an ideas guy that has a conscience. I'm an ideas person with a conscience. I should found a company? I'm working on it, man. I'm fucking working on it. It'll take some time. I think Walter is the one that I want to do first. But if anyone wants to bring me on as a co-founder for whatever they got, just let me know. Yeah, no worries, Darren. I think Walter is like the current like investable thing I have. As far as like founding something. But even then, I don't know, man. There's other companies like tackling that same problem that I don't know. Like that's tougher. But again, ideas guy as a service. That's my business. It's just me. You're just booking my time. But you're like, ooh, ideas are cheap? That's fine. But to ideate upon an existing idea is interesting. Right? Like, ideas are cheap. Ideas based upon your ideas are expensive. Ideas based upon your existing business, yeah, those are expensive. You're not buying any specific service, you're just buying my big old brain. And I think that's actually something worth charging for. And if I created a platform to book time for my big old brain, then you'd actually start bidding against other people. Ooh, hey, we want your big old brain and we're willing to pay $1,000 an hour. Well, yeah, those $100 an hour people just, yeah, they're secondary in the queue at that point. Could I establish like a bidding platform for my time? Buy my brain! Exactly, Mesmero. It's maybe a thing. And here's the bigger part. Could I turn it into a platform in which you buy other people's brains? Yeah, for 4K? Fuck that shit. I'll make my own. CM Griffing.io. Nailed it. Right? CMGriffing.com is like my blog. CM Griffing.io is buying my brain at a premium. I really, really, really think this is the thing. Buy their brain. Yeah, exactly, dude. Buy their brain is a good one. Totally. Is that even a thing? Here's a site to do what I'm saying. Yeah, but then Darren, that's on you to figure out which shit on Twitter is actually worth listening to. So, I mean, if you got that kind of time, have fun, man. I don't give a shit. Could you pay me to, like, comb Twitter for good ideas? Yeah, for sure, man. I don't know. I think there's, like, a major, like, economy here forming that we could build a product around. It's almost like a mentor thing, but also like the streamer needs to, or not streamer, but like the mentor or the ideator. Ooh, we're gonna come up with our own terms for it. The ideator. I don't like the term. We'll figure it out, right? We'll figure out a better one. The idea navigator. Ooh, there we go. The navigator. Ooh, yeah, totally. The navigator will be a fee. Right? Darren, I'm not, like, seriously, I know I have some solid ideas. I have a Trello board to back it up. I got so many fucking ideas in that Trello board. This one's free. Take it, run with it. It's not even in my Trello board. Please, make it a reality. And then allow me to be one of the first, like, brains that gets contracted on the platform. Boom, nailed it. I'm totally okay with that. Boom, nailed it. I got a good brain. Right? Like, yeah, do you want to contract this good brain? Fuck yeah, I bet you do. But the entire core of the platform is actually no ownership over ideas that you give. It is time for whiskey. I was already doing that. Ooh, that's a strong one. Ooh, that's a strong one. Oh, you want to actually hear something I'm a little bummed about? I feel like these dumplings I've been eating are actually causing my cluster headaches. I have consistently gotten a cluster headache on the same day I eat dumplings. On days I don't eat dumplings, like, you know, the frozen ones I got, I don't get cluster headaches. Or at least, like, I've had them, sure, but it's not like a clear correlation, right? Whereas, like, and keep in mind, maybe I am compelled to eat dumplings on, like, the precursor days in which, like, a headache's gonna hit me. So that misses it, though, Darren, because I've totally had it hit just purely based upon weather. So that's, like, the trickier part. But are dumplings a trigger? And the weather is weird? Well then, okay, yeah, that's totally it. I could totally see that. So, could I eat dumplings some days and be fine? I bet. But if I eat dumplings when the weather does some shit, that is a clear recipe towards cluster headache. And I think that's actually the thing. I think it's a confluence of things, not just the weather. Because I went all last year with basically like 1, maybe 2. And I've had like 3, maybe 4 within the past couple weeks. Which is weird. But again, cluster headaches are actually classified as cluster headaches because they exhibit themselves within clusters of time. That's actually where the term comes from. So yeah, when a cluster headache hits, your chance of hitting another one within a week or 2 is very fucking high. Yeah, it sucks. It's the worst. But yeah, again, Darren, if you're looking for a co-founder / person you pay money just for good ideas, that's me. I'm in. Let me know. That said, I may look at having you or other people jump on as like advisors towards some of the stuff I launched to. Right? I think Walter needs advisors. Yeah, no worries. Again, if you got capacity for just like loosely advising a startup, I'd take that too. I have no idea what is reasonable for an advisor / board member / co-founder, whatever, towards a thing like that. But again, I'm actively considering bringing people on as advisors / you know, fractional board members or whatever. Like fractional, not literally fractional, but like the only effort you got to do as a board member is like once a quarter. Someone stole that notebook. No, so Mesmero, that's actually like the magic of the world. Every good idea you've ever had at least 3 people in the world had the same idea, and the only difference between the success of one versus the other is the effort involved and timing. That's it. That's it. Yeah, every idea I've ever had, I recognize that someone probably had the same idea at the same fucking time throughout the world, because there's just too many people for the odds of that to, like, not be a thing. But are they in a place to actually, like, act on it? Probably not. Are they in a place to where they can actually realize it within any, like, economy that matters? Probably not. Yeah, timing and execution are the most important things. Having the idea is cheap. That said, my ability to iterate upon an idea is something that you can't buy, right? That's something that someone has the idea, sure, but the iterations upon that idea, that's where, like, the value is actually, like, gained. Everybody has had Tinder for food as an idea. Seriously, every single person out there, you've totally thought, like, well, why couldn't I just swipe some, like, you know, some food options and have some food I want to eat, right? The idea of Tinder for food is such a fucking, like, idea, but when you iterate upon that idea, all of a sudden you might have something that's a niche that matters. Again, I don't know. That's my bare minimum thing, because I don't want to give y'all, like, the free shit for stuff that would, like, actually totally deride a business I want to make. Exactly, syntax, for sure. But your ability to pivot an idea because you have the vision for it that they didn't have. They just took an idea and ran with it and they're done, and they moved on to the next. Your ability to take an idea and pivot it to something that actually delivers value in some other way based upon the original idea, that is where actual value is, like, derived. Right? Like, every idea I've ever had, someone's done it. I interviewed someone for the life insurance company I used to work at. They were about to, like, they were interviewing for my job because I was a contractor and I'm a professional and I'm going to evaluate people for my job because I was a contractor at the time, and no big deal, right? I'll interview someone for my job. I knew it was happening before my boss actually told me it was happening. I know you're hiring for a senior Angular engineer on a very much, like, bootstrapped, like, small team, and I'm a contractor. Yeah, I get it. I'm interviewing for people to take over my contractor role because I'm too expensive. Like, come on, man. I'm not stupid. I knew it before my boss told me that shit. But even then, I interviewed people in a way that they get the benefit of the doubt. If they're, like, React developers and, like, they don't know Angular, like, if they can explain shit in React in a way that, like, okay, they actually know the platform, then we're good to go. But in so many cases during those, like, interviews, I would ask people, like, really technical, like, React questions, because I do a lot of React as well that you've seen here on stream, and they couldn't answer them, and they just weren't senior. But they had resumes that got them through, like, the HR filter, and it's at a life insurance company, so they can't, like, you know, beggars can't be choosers. But even then, I was able to call out these bullshit artists that would have totally fucking, like, thrown the entire project under the bus. That whole project never would have launched if I gave the okay for, like, a bad senior, you know? And that's actually really crazy to me. But yeah, Miss Chris, hey, how you doing? Thank you for the follow, appreciate you. But again, I'm a fucking professional. I'll make this shit happen. In the same way that I have beef with other streamers, I will happily recommend them to other people regardless of our beef. When people ask for Go, There's a couple streamers I'll happily recommend, but they are actually like persona non grata here. I don't want to see them chatting or hanging out without a proper apology, you know? That said, that's fine. There's some amazing Go developers, and when someone's looking for a Go stream, some of these devs are going to be within my like top 3 to 5 of streams you should check out. Because again, my personal shit should never come into conflict with an objective reference. I can be objective about all sorts of shit, even though I'm subjective in how I view those things. Everybody would benefit from being objective as much as they possibly can. Right? Don't let your personal subjective biases play into things that are meant to be objective. And you will be a better person, a better mentor, a better software developer because of it. Yup. The steak is probably done, but I don't feel like ending yet. So this steak is gonna continue being cooked in that sous vide. Deal with it. One thing I can't deal with is that I would love it if y'all could leave me a lurk in a front-facing tab over on the YouTube. I would really appreciate it. Comments over there as well, like chatting, liking, whatever, right? Just being chill. That'd be cool. What up, Lucas? How you doing? Man, May 12th, 2021 is your follow. Hell yeah, I appreciate you. And you really haven't even chatted that much. So yeah, 2022, you say, sup, Chris, been a while. Then 6 months before that, you say, sup, Chris, it's been a while. So yeah, I get you. Yeah, no worries. We'd like you to stick around longer, but, you know, I get it. You got stuff to do. At least this time you gave us more characters to, like, work with. You know, you're not, like, repeating the same old, like, spam message over and over. That's awesome, man. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, no stress, no big deal. We're good. But again, everybody that can leave me a lurk over on YouTube while I'm streaming here, you make shit way better. Do a Batman voice. Hey, Joseph, thank you. Yeah, thank you. You get a, like, actually a way better video, don't you? And like the audio is even better too. And I think on YouTube you get like a quicker timeout, right? Like my comments actually come through on YouTube before they come through on Twitch, just due to reasons. So do a Batman voice? Like which Batman? They could, Joseph, if Stream Parrot was actually like a workable piece of source code at this point. Instead, I'm gonna have to like rewrite pretty much all of Stream Parrot because all that source code is gone and dead on like a dead hard drive. And the only reason it still persists is because static files are fine, and then I just need to like reboot the EC2 every once in a while. So yeah, my back end and front end for Stream Parrot, they're like fucking mosquitoes in the amber at this point. That was a good reference though too, wasn't it? Yeah, somehow YouTube really like does the video quality like way better. It's crazy. Oh, so Lucas, you've been doing like a lot of graphic design? Yeah, exactly, Jessup. So yeah, hold up. Lucas, I would say if you're doing a lot of graphic design, could your branch into doing coding again be some like Figma plugin? Could you write a plugin for Figma to like, you know, satisfy both of your, you know, the sides of your like wolf or whatever, right? The two wolves within you, that type of shit. Figma plugins are totally a thing, man. Could you make a Figma plugin? Would it be fun? I think so. I think so. You totally should, man. I have no idea how it works either, but you can totally do it. Ethan here made a Figma plugin based upon Bohringer avatars. Ethan, how crazy is it to make like a Figma plugin? Is it pretty straightforward? Is it kind of chill? And Ethan might be away a bit. He'll be back here on Gaming Stream probably. But yeah, I'm a little curious about that. And, you know, we're ranting here right now. Like, are we getting all of our code done as we expected? Like, I don't know, man. What I need to do is actually recreate this entire thing. Go into here. All right, we're logged in. We're going to publish a bunch of changes. We reject all. We're working on a feature flag tool. And again, I'm gonna shout it out every chance I get. Every lurk y'all can give me. My average view duration is 36 minutes right now, and we have 16 total views, which means, holy shit, y'all have gifted, like, and I mean gifted, like 12 hours of watch time today, which is awesome. But that is based upon like 2, maybe 3 concurrent viewers. If I could get 10 plus concurrent viewers over on YouTube, that'd be amazing. That would bump my shit up so good. But again, like, begging for it just ain't the way. I just need to start making better content, right? So that's on me, right? Don't feel compelled. I'd love a lurk, but really I just gotta make better content. That's on me. So Lucas, maybe that's what you're looking for? Right, that command? It really is, Mesmero. Like, it's tough. Yeah, it's real tough. Hey, what's up, Syntax? Thank you for lurking over there, too. I really appreciate you. Thank you. That's awesome. I do feel bad begging for this shit. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, no worries, Lucas. Like, we're doing feature flags mainly. And hey, Mr. Beeblebrox. What do you mean? I'm sorry, like, Med, what do you mean by that statement? I'm sorry. Twitch is really good. I have a great audience here because Twitch has a great, like, science and tech or software and game dev category. It's still massively better than, like, the viewership of pretty much any YouTube stream. If you watch a Primogen stream, he gets like 200 like active like concurrent viewers on his YouTube streams, and he gets like 2,000 here on Twitch. So yeah, Med, I'm really trying to like understand what you meant by that comment. Feel free, clarify if you need to. But yeah, Mr. Beeblebrox, thank you for the lurk. Yeah, Mr. Sir. Thank you, Mr. Beeblebrox. Have you read Young Zaphod Plays It Safe? It's like a short story in like the Hitchhiker's anthology. It's in my leather-bound version of Hitchhiker's Guide. Did you know I have a leather-bound version of the entire, like, Hitchhiker's anthology? Yeah, I do. Oh, Mr. Beeblebrox. Yeah. Number one, you should probably buy one of those, like, leather-bound anthology books. But also, there's a short story called Young Zaphod Plays It Safe, in which it, like, portrays him stealing the heart of gold, basically. Right? It's an entire, like, short story about him stealing the heart of gold. So it's quite good. Like really fun, actually. Yeah, it's basically a prequel, but it's like a very short story. And yeah, Bad Cop. I had a leather-bound version at one point that I lent to a cousin, and they fucking lost it. And then someone bought me the leather-bound version that had Mostly Harmless included too. But holy shit, I had one pre-Mostly Harmless. I don't fucking know, Bad Cop. Like, dude. Like, motherfucker. I have no idea. This person's like a fucking math professor. I don't trust a fucking professor that can lose a leather-bound book. There's something inherently wrong there. And yeah, I mean literally, like my cousin's a math professor. They teach at some fucking college and they're a fucking genius. They're a fucking genius. They're smarter than me. They probably make less per year though. Are they smarter if they make less money? I don't know. That one's trickier. That's a very tricky statement at that point. Because if they were smarter, would they be making more money? By just opting into any other profession other than teaching? Probably. Wait, really, Bad Cop? You're not an employed software dev? Really? Oh, okay. So technically your income is like collecting interest and like money on like stock, etc. Like dividends and interest. And you can afford to just not work anymore? I am so jealous of you right now. That's why you made a fucking framework out of Bash. I get it now. Totally. Because money's not an object anymore. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think with the right investments, you never have to work again. But no, I get you. Don't fucking gamble on the stock market. You don't have to work right now, and that's a very different thing. I took a year off in the wrong fucking time. I totally took a year off from dev to just work on my own shit at the exact worst time to do so. Ah, you're on year 2. I am so jealous of that. That's fucking awesome. Like, cheers to that one. Super cool. Super jealous as well. But hell yeah. Yeah, make that shit work. Thanatologistic. Thank you for the follow. I feel like that's like almost like a Too Many Secrets type company at that point. Like C-Tech Astronomy? Is that you? It sounds like a C-Tech Astronomy thing at this point. Are you employing River Phoenix to be your gardener? If you've never seen the movie Sneakers, I'm sorry. I'm making references that you have no idea about. So that's my bad. I'm sorry. If you've never seen the movie Sneakers, you have homework. Yeah, that and Hackers are the best hacking films of all time. For sure. Yeah. I debate you to try and actually, like, debate me on those comments. Right? I challenge you to debate me on those statements. Shit. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. So Mesmira, when you say the first Mitnick movie, you're actually talking about Hackers 2 Takedown, which is actually a sequel to Hackers, but not the same fucking thing. Yeah, Hackers 2 Takedown is actually very, very, very fucking good. It's like a close third behind those other two films I just mentioned. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, man. Hackers 2 Takedown is amazing. Skeet Ulrich plays a young Kevin Mitnick, and at this point, I've seen a young Kevin Mitnick. That is actually pretty fucking accurate. Like, Skeet Ulrich looks like a young Kevin Mitnick. It's actually crazy. Yeah, so Sneakers 2 and... so Sneakers and Hackers 2 really emphasize, like, the social engineering. Keep in mind, the film Hackers itself, the entire way they were able to, like, break the Gibson was based upon social engineering. That had fucking, right? The King of 9X memorizing password codes as he delivers flowers. It had fucking Serial Freak establishing fucking listeners on every single modem he could. Like, all that shit was actually, like, purely social. It's actually really good. But it was, like, a smaller part of the film versus Hackers 2 Takedown, which was almost entirely based upon social engineering, right? All the hacks that Kevin Mitnick did in, like, Hackers 2 Takedown are entirely based upon social engineering. And then the bits where he's, like, watching fucking the terminal, that's based upon what he got from social engineering, right? So Hackers 2 Takedown is more accurate towards what hacking really is. And it's a fantastic fucking movie. You got Donald Logue playing his best friend. The fact that Donald Logue played the best friend in Hackers 2 Takedown and also played the fucking math guy in Sneakers, coincidence? I think not. He was cast in that role specifically because of that reference. Changed my mind. Ooh, are the Hackers 2, like, terminal sessions actually accurate, too? That's even better and crazier, in my opinion. Are they actual, like, legit terminal sessions? Like, holy shit. Oh, it's just replayed logs? Okay, I get it. Here's the coolest and worst thing about it. Hackers 2 Takedown is probably the most accurate hacking film ever recorded, but it also hypes up that security researcher dude, the Japanese security researcher dude that's played by, like, the bad guy from Romeo Must Die, right? That fucking actor playing the good guy, he's not the good guy in that film. He's some fucking random dude that decided to interject himself into the entire fucking situation. So the fact that that movie makes that dude actually, like, hyped up as, like, the security guy? No. That's actually entirely false. That asshole overstepped his bounds. He was never tasked with actually solving Kevin Mitnick accessing some system. No, he was just some asshole that decided to fucking catch Kevin Mitnick. Right? So yeah, Hackers 2 Takedown really, like, makes a hero out of just some asshole that had nothing to do with any of this shit. He went fucking vigilante, right? In a way that the film doesn't actually portray right. The film portrays it as that dude went vigilante because someone accessed his system in some crazy way. No, that dude just felt like being an asshole, technically. In terms of the movie, yeah, it's a film to be entertaining. In terms of Kevin Mitnick's life, yeah, people misunderstand what that Japanese, like, security researcher actually had to do with anything because of that film. So yeah, that part sucks. But again, it's a good film that really exemplifies the utility of social engineering. That is the #1 best way to hack any system. The people involved, not the system involved. People are the weakest link to anything we do. That's why XSS is such a problem. Yep. So yeah, X Factor, I've always known it as Hackers 2 Takedown. But yeah, maybe they don't qualify it as that. So Mesmero, OWASP is not dedicated to fixing social engineering problems at all. OWASP is only dedicated to technical problems. Social engineering is not the purview of OWASP at all, in no way whatsoever. Yeah, right? OWASP is only making sure you satisfy at least the bare minimum about someone like crawling your web app. That's it. Social engineering, totally separate. Yeah, no worries. I like to rant. I really enjoy a good rant. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. It's like this dude has a bunch of stickers that he needs to figure out how to mail out to people at some point. I got 250 right now. I can make more. I can make way more. What are the stickers? I mean, the individual cross-cut stickers are me making faces, and then the you know, the Mr. Sir. Do you want to see one without the Mr. Sir? Because I put that shit on something else? Yeah, the Mr. Sir is missing. All of these faces that you see are individually, like, pullable. I'd pull one off right now. I don't know where to put it, though. Shit. So, yeah, I got this one. I'll put it right there in the middle of the Mr. Sir. That way, you know, you can see it and I can pull it off later. Oh my god, yeah, the Mr. Sir is gone. Alright. Here's OG, triple. Here's the one that, like, has had some shit done to it. Like, right? No big deal. No big deal. Stop it right there, Mr. Sir! Hold up. Did he stop in his tracks? Did he not know what to do with such a statement? If so, fucking nailed it. Yeah, patent pending. I'm gonna release a book. Call all your children Mr. Sir and Ms. Ma'am. Right? When they're pulling some shit. The key is, you call them actually by, like, their full name. If I hear anybody say, Christopher Michael Griffin, oh, I know I done fucked up. Oh my god. Did I hear my entire, like, first last name and middle name together with my, like, oh my god. Christopher Michael Griffin? All the hairs on my neck stand up. And I wonder what I fucking did. Right? It's worse than a Mr. Sir. I just want to say, if you didn't know that, you give your children long middle names so that you can actually say them fully so they know they done fucked up. You give them a long first name on it as well if you want to, like, shorten it. Yeah. If I hear my entire fucking name, oh shit, what did I do this time? Christopher Michael Griffin. Fuck, what did I do? I don't even know. Oh shit, what did I do this time? What do I need to apologize for? Ah, fuck. Yeah, Freebly, I have 200 plus Mr. Sirs, available towards whatever you want to do with them. Chicken milk griffing. So I'd actually assume that some AI bot has murdered my mom and is trying to get me to come home, right? Wolfie's dead, motherfucker, right? Your parents are dead. What's the name of our pet? If it's Wolfie, yeah, my parents are dead. At least one person here in chat needs to really shout out what film I was just referencing. Damn right! Hell yeah! Cloudry. Hold on, what is the name I should be saying for like the CLDRY? Kudry. No, I get it. Could I phrase your name better? I'd really like try to do so. All you gotta do is like ask. It's your name without vowels. I know the times too, but Chowdhury? Is it something like that? You're from Chile? Okay. So then Y is E. Yeah. Cloudinary. How you doing, Cloudinary? I'm just gonna call you Cloudinary until you tell me how to actually say it. How about that? No big deal. How's it going, Cloudinary? Exactly, yeah. No worries, like, yeah. So, Cloudinary, if you want me to pronounce your name differently, all you gotta do is say so. Mr. IMG, sir. Yeah, exactly. Is Cloudinary okay? If I call you Cloudinary, are you gonna be offended by it, or are you okay with it? You said don't worry, so I'm assuming we're okay. So yeah, how you doing, Cloudinary? I believe only Cloudinary the company would be bummed on me saying that. And yeah, Joseph and Zap, oh, you guys nailed it. Yeah, that was some T2, for sure. Damn right. Damn right. Game over, man. Hasta la vista, baby. Zenevi, the only thing you sent was, oops, and didn't mean to send that. What do you think you sent? Game over, man. Yes, exactly, Joseph. That is actually from Aliens, not T2. Yeah, good call, good call. No, I didn't see any character spam. Yeah, sorry, Xenovi. Like, yeah, Twitch didn't even send that. They knew it didn't actually, like, need to be sent. Boom, nailed it. My guess is it might have started with, like, a slash, and they thought it was a command or something. Game over, man. Game over. Oh, it started with @CM Griffin? Oh, interesting. All right, so hold up. I'm super confused as well. Can we just accept it as weird and I'll see you tomorrow? Because I'm about to go raid. Because I don't even remember where I'm like leaving off with this test. We're getting like value unknown. And yeah, I got bugs. I got me some bugs. So yeah, I want to actually make this work. How's that steak? It's in the sous vide and it's been there for 7 hours now. Which is about time to pull it. Get some bug spray? I mean, I'm doing my part. Yes, I'm making Starship Troopers references at this point. Like, come on, right? A bug can actually like lose one of its limbs and still be like 80% effective. Medic! Joseph. Dude, that's actually my favorite bit of the entire film. I've actually yelled medic when my shoulder's been out of socket, etc. Like, I fell, my shoulder went out, and I'm sitting there trying to put it back in, like, on the side of a fucking run, and I've actually yelled out, medic! I also tend to, like, yell out, tech support! That's a reference to a totally different film. But it's actually still, like, just as, like, valuable. Tech support! Name the movie I'm referencing with the tech support line. It's fine, Joseph. It's from Vanilla Sky. Right? It's past the point of, like, no spoilers. Spoiler alert. In the film Vanilla Sky, dude ends up in some fucking simulation and shit's going wrong and he yells out for tech support to, like, fix everything. That doesn't actually explain the entire story, but it's still really good. Dude, the parts where, like, he's yelling tech support, yeah, those are what I'm referencing when he's just yelling, tech support! Right? He's yelling it to the world. So yeah. Yeah, Vanilla Sky is actually one of my favorite, like, love story films, actually. It's just so good. Can I point out, and hold up, this is gonna be, like, needlessly, like, personal. I had a girlfriend at the time of watching Vanilla Sky, And I realized I just didn't love her. I'm sorry, like, I liked her. She filled a void in my life, but I didn't love her. She was basically Cameron Diaz in that film. She was gorgeous, she was beautiful, but she didn't mean a thing to me, right? It's like very simple, like related to some like shit, what's the band? Death Cab lyrics, right? She was beautiful, but she don't mean a thing to me. It helped me actually like realize that. So yeah, the movie Vanilla Sky is something I actually majorly relate to the fact that I didn't tie myself to a partner that I actually didn't want to be a partner with in like long term. So Xenovi, you could actually just watch the VOD probably, because the VOD's open. You can just watch it. But yeah, like, I don't want to repeat everything I've said. It actually took a lot out of me to like expose that and say that. I'm sorry, I don't want to repeat it. You got the VOD, just watch the VOD. I have the VODs open in public at this point. Like, you can watch those VODs, it's fine. So I see the joke part. I really don't like the joke part, though. I'm gonna have to force myself to listen to that, like, Death Cab song, like, She Is Beautiful, but She Didn't Mean a Thing to Me. Like, I'm gonna have to listen to that song over here on Gaming Stream, because I can't do it here on YouTube, right? But holy shit, like, that song is entirely, like, meaningful in major ways. So yeah, if you just don't connect with a partner, making that shit live forever just due to, like, reasons is a very clear path to, like, depression. Right? If you're not meant to be together, then just don't be together. It's tough. It's a thing. A lot of people don't want to embrace the fact that they have that as like a relationship dynamic, right? And it sucks. But if it isn't working, don't try and make it work. You only have one life. At least as far as I'm concerned. Other people might disagree, but you only have one life. Why deal with any portion of it with someone that you don't actually want to like spend it with? Yeah, trying to make it work is pretty much never worth it. Exactly. So Xenovi, yes, I'm sorry. I use larger words than I should in some cases, but in like my reason for using them is that they actually like sum up the exact thing I'm trying to say, right? And another word just wouldn't. I'd have to use way more words to represent what could be summed up within a very specific word. And that is the power of language at that point. I love it, I'll embrace it, but at some point, do I need to explain it a different way? Maybe. But yes, I'd rather be lonely than be with someone that makes me feel lonely when I'm with them. And I know that seems like a weird statement, but holy shit. It's a major life philosophy I have because this person made me feel lonely when I was even with them because we didn't relate on anything. We didn't relate at all other than physical attraction. That shit will not sustain you. So yeah, let's go raid somebody. I know my rants they're short-lived, they're barely valuable, you know? Whatever. I say shit all the time. I have a chance to rate a bad cop stream. We're rating a bad cop stream. I'm sorry. I hope you all know this. I've never had a chance to raid bad cop, so we're gonna go raid bad cop. That's awesome. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. That's so cool. I am, like, over the moon that I actually have a chance to raid bad cop, because I just go too much. I do too much. Like, you know, whatever. But let's go say hi to bad cop. So, we're gonna go raid bad cop underscore. Because that's a totally different stream if you leave off the underscore. Who is good cop? Good cop is actually their bot. Which is even better. Good cop is their bot on their stream. It's even better. It's amazing, actually. I'm hugely respecting and jealous of it, right? So yeah, no worries, X Factor. Go watch that film. You'll watch it, you'll appreciate it, and you'll recognize some of the comments I make about social engineering, etc. And Skeet Ulrich as a hacker, but it actually works because he looks a little bit like Kevin Mitnick. Like, he really does. So yeah, we're gonna go raid bad cop. They're 20 minutes into their stream, so this is like the best timing. And yeah, I'll see most of y'all here tomorrow on stream, because I stream every day anyway, so fuck it. Like, you know, no big deal. I'll be here tomorrow. It's fine. But yeah, bad cop streaming during the day? Ooh, that's actually like rare and weird, and I'm wondering if they're okay at this point. But you know what I'm also gonna do? I'm gonna go game on gaming. We're gonna watch some fucking movie or show or whatever, and then play some games, and I have no idea what game yet. So, if you wanna hang out, hey yo.